What's up there, fellas? How's y'all's weekend been going so far? Hopefully decent. Hope. Sorry, I was late again. I was just watching Patrick Bet David interviewing what's his name, Grady Judd, whom is he's a sheriff down here for Polk County in Florida, Central Florida. Matter of fact, I used to live uh, in that county. I lived there for over a year. I liked it too. Um, the interview was, I mean, I didn't finish it all. I got more than halfway through, and then gotta get one of my Substack stream is giving me shit. Man, my voice, it's like sounds shitty. Yeah, for some reason my Substack stream hasn't been going through lately. Yeah, I don't get it. And like Substack, that's how I get my that's how I get all the clips and stuff. I guess because you have to pay uh to use AI for clipping, to clip your videos. You can pay a service to clip them. You can pay a service for to take care of several different things for you, just so it's easy. What's up, Fox Warrior? Hell yeah, welcome aboard, brother. But if you use Substack and you stream to Substack, they run it through their AI and it clips everything for you. It does all the work for you. I mean, I'm sure I could do it better myself or get a better service, but not for free. Not for free. And I'm surprised more people don't do it, to be honest. It works so well. Uh, and it's free. And not only that, it's another platform. It's another platform for getting your message out. And I'm not sure if you guys use Substack, but it's a really good platform. And actually what it's been evolving into is like almost like Facebook. What's up, Shaolin? My niche. Tom Collins. I like that name. That's pretty dope. Play on the drink. There's my dude Arceus. My faithful, my trusty followers. But what I was saying about Substack is it's a very highbrow Twitter almost with more stuff. Uh, like there isn't crazy lynch mobs, or people bots ganging up on people. It seems like the adult version or the I don't know, it's weird. It's just very adult and people don't attack each other. There isn't slander. Like you don't see anything like that. There's none of the cattiness. It's just people posting their ideas. I don't know how they instilled the I don't know how they instilled that ethos into the people using it, but they did. And I see people that come over from X all the time and they're like, "Oh my god, I pray that this is actually how it is and that it stays like this." So if you haven't ever used Substack, it's not just people advertise it all the time, journalists, thought leaders, influencers, take your pick. They advertise it, but not very well. Like even I've actually belonged to it for years, but only very recently have I started to actually see, it has some really attractive features. It just does. It started out as almost just like a space for columns, and now it's this place where you can live stream, uh, where you can socialize, where you can exchange ideas. I just think it's really coming into its own. It may very well be a future big time platform in the future. Could be. And last night I was watching The Life of Emil Zola, which is an old Fox or an old Warner Bros. Picture from the 30s where Paul Mooney he plays Emil Zola. Which if you're into older movies or you want to get into them, some like the movies that talk about, they're going to be movies that you should check out if you're into that. But Emil Zola was a writer, or he was an author in the late 19th century in France. And I don't think that's actually his real name. I think Emile Zola was like a chosen name. But I mean Emile Zola, and he wrote many books. And if you've ever heard of the Dreyfus Affair in France, that's cool. You got a Substack, hell yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Dreyfus Affair, but it was maybe the biggest fiasco. It was the biggest scandal in France since Napoleon, basically. The biggest scandal in France. What because they had a there they were actually you have to put yourself in that time. France was not the fruity tooty uh artsy fartsy France. That's not how they were. They were a very martial people, very militaristic at that period. And yes, they had Vincent van Gogh, Paul Cézanne, which Émile Zola was a good friend of Paul Cézanne, and Paul Cézanne, his best friend in that movie, that one of the characters is Paul Cézanne, and Émile Zola, he knew all of those painters, Renoir, Signa, Gauguin, uh, so he was very much so in that period of bohemianism, you know, like he was a bohemian. And this guy Dreyfus, Alfred Dreyfus, they had a traitor. Somebody was leaking information to the German military attaché in Paris. And this is when France and Germany are like locked in a struggle between two peoples that went on for over a century. That was like the entire 19th century. That was the beginning of the 20th century. We had two world wars that were based on France versus Germany, straight up, or at least one. The second, because France won the first one, and they lost more men than anybody else. Like they just threw into the meat grinder. And I think it was World War I that really broke France. It broke them as a people. Like they were done with war. Like, you know what? We would rather be ruled than rule. Like they just gave up on imperialism. They gave up on even, and it makes sense because they had been ravaged by war and ravaged by Napoleon. Yeah, well, the Rhineland was demilitarized after World War I because of the Treaty of Versailles. The Rhineland. And that was a big deal in World War II. That was like one of the causes. Well, Alfred Dreyfus, they found out somebody, like one of their spies in the German military attaché. He saw a letter from, or he saw a French officer drop off a letter, and like he was giving away military secrets. It was called the famous bordereau. a bordereau, I guess that's French for a letter or a list or something like that. I don't know what it's French for, but it obviously doesn't mean letter, or they wouldn't use bordereau. Um, but they framed Alfred Dreyfus for it. They narrowed it down to it had to be an officer on the general staff in the high command. So they just pawned it off on a Jewish officer because back then France they were the original America. They had the French Revolution, and then in the 19th century, anybody become a French uh, could become a French citizen if you served in the French military. And Alfred Dreyfus wasn't a Frenchman. He came from another country. The guy who actually did it, Count Versailles Esterhazy, he was Hungarian, and he was the traitor. But like, they actually took high command officers from other nations. Like, that's stupid. That sounds like us right now, like taking Israeli advice. But they framed this guy, Dreyfus, and they put him on Devil's Island for like decades. Like, strip this guy of his rank. He was like a high rank in he was an artillery officer. And because the secrets that were being given away in this bordereau were about the guns, about their 120 millimeter guns, which actually were the greatest guns ever. Like, they were the greatest pieces of artillery that were ever designed. They changed warfare forever because normal cannons, when they fired, they would get thrown back. Well, the 120 millimeter gun had a hydraulic brake. So when the gun, recoiled, the carriage didn't move because the gun absorbed it. It was like a pistol. You know how you see the slide cycle? It was the same thing. They made an artillery piece that cycled, but because it cycled, they could hit the same spot and pound it just over and over and over because it didn't change position. After it fired, it went directly back to where it was. So if once you got zeroed in, you could make people on the other end, you know, curse their mother for bearing them, like straight up. That's what made World War I so insane. That and the Maxim machine gun, that and automatic machine guns. And this Esterhazy was giving away secrets. Well, they absolutely crucified this Alfred Dreyfus dude. They crucified him. I mean, he had a wife and kids and everything, and they made him a traitor, and he was innocent. They framed him. The whole country just went nuts. They were rabid. They wanted his death. Well, they shipped him off to Devil's Island. I don't know if any of you have ever seen Papillon. There's a scene in that movie where he sits down at a bench, and some nutcase who had been on the island for years runs up and he's like, "How dare you sit in that seat? That's Captain Dreyfus's, that's his bench. Who do you think you are? Or who are you to sit on Captain Dreyfus's?" And that's who they were talking about, Captain Dreyfus. He's very well known. And I know that modern times, we don't really understand history. People don't talk about history. We don't, these famous, yeah, okay. So you might know what I'm talking about Medi, you know what I'm talking about, where that scene where, what's his name sits down, uh, Steve McQueen sits down and the guy's like, "How dare you?" I didn't know what that was at first, or it took me a little bit before I put the names together and I was like, "Oh shit, that was who he was talking about." Because the guy was like, he was incredibly, this case was known all over the world. I mean, it was known all over the world. And Emil's like, to the point where they made movies about it 50 years later in the 30s. Like, that's crazy. That's wild. That just goes to show you how big of a deal this really was. And the guy was Jewish, so like they counted that against him. But they absolutely railroaded this guy. Absolutely railroaded him. And then his wife was advocating on his behalf, and A guy named Colonel Picard uh, was knew that it was a frame up and went and found out, found evidence to this. Yeah, we used to learn about things like that. And well, he went evident, or and he was the head of police or secret police or something like that. So he investigated and then found out this guy Esterhazy was still doing it, that matched the writing up, and it, they framed the Dreyfus with forged letters, like and then after this Picard finds out that it's Esterhazy, they acquit Esterhazy to demolish Dreyfus once more, to demolish the people that were like trying to stick up for this guy, and all the people that were advocating for Dreyfus and trying to say, hey, this guy was railroaded. Like, what the fuck? The officers had a court martial of Esterhazy. Even though they knew he was guilty, they acquitted him because we cannot, we can't admit that the Army High Command was wrong, and they used the current political environment, which was tense because Germany is right on their border. So the army justified absolutely fucking railroading this poor guy and sending him to Devil's Island, to Cayenne. That's not a joke, to be sent to Devil's Island. Like, that was worse than death. It was a fate worse than death. You were going to suffer and suffer dearly on those islands. I mean, you were going to be a slave, worse than a slave, worse than a slave. At least as a slave, you might have some sort of a decent rapport with your owner. He may like you. You may get, he may not be a bad guy. No, these officers, like, only the most sadistic of officers, first of all, choose to go be on a fucking penal colony island across the world, leave their family. Like, it takes a special kind of person to want to spend their life punishing someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really does. That takes a special kind of person. So life is truly hell. It was truly hell on those islands. And not only that, where you were, the environment was your jailer too. That was the thing. You had, first of all, you had to fight against swamp. This is Devil's Island. It's right off of Venezuela, I think, right near the Amazon. So you're in the jungle, gators, caimans, all kinds of different deadly animals, mosquitoes, bugs. So and like the Bridge on the River Kwai, another great war film, uh, and just another great movie by the same guy who did Lawrence of Arabia too. But in that movie, they had no gates, no stockade, no watchtower, and famously, that's a famous line from that movie, because they were unnecessary. You're in the middle of nowhere. You're in the middle of the jungle where, there's no way to tell unless you have a compass. And that's why they put these things deep in the jungle. And then the guards, I mean, they're sadistic, just outright sadistic, and they'll sooner shoot and kill somebody than chase them. I mean, that's basically what it was. They would take you out into the jungle, and they called it Highway Zero or Route Zero. It was a road that went nowhere, but it was just an object. It was a punishment. They didn't give a shit where the road was going. They didn't give a shit how far they got. They just made these guys go out into the jungle, cut down goddamn trees, and they would cut down valuable wood, mahogany and stuff. Like, and the guards would get the money for it, which is awful. And there was a period, like in Papillon, in that movie, they caught butterflies. These blue, they're called Morphus butterflies, because they were used in American greenback dye. We made our greenbacks with this special dye that it used butterfly wings, these blue butterfly wings. And the guards got all the money from that. They sold these valuable butterflies, made the prisoners catch them, and then sold them, and would, or they, like, in another thing in Papillon, the guy shoots a gator and wounds it, and then forces the inmates to go pick it up and bring it back while it's still alive. And then they skin it and get the money from the skin. But that Dreyfus thing, it really parts of the movie to show how serious this was. They showed gangs of people holding up effigies, almost like protesters, groups of protesters, or possibly like Minnesota was. And they had Dreyfus as an effigy, a dummy, and they were burning him, hanging him, and just storming around Paris. Kill the traitor Dreyfus, kill the traitor Dreyfus, and they're just walking through the town yelling this. And it really, like, this guy was straight up, I mean, he was just pilloried. They made this guy the enemy of the whole nation. And they did it, the way that they did it was they used secret service agents, basically, or uh, secret police agents would go and stir up the population. They would go out and, when, like, Emile Zola, he wrote this famous letter called I Accuse. It was an absolute bombshell because he found out about it, or he found out that the guy was framed, and he accused the whole army and said, I accuse, of, this awful shit that's been going on. And when they released this article, they put it on the windows of the newspaper office. And like one of the things they showed in the movie is everybody standing around this bulletin where the article, some guy pastes up the article on the wall, and everybody kind of walks up to see the news, and it's the I accuse. Well, one of these secret policemen in the crowd, he's like, huh, great, or nice day, or, you know, what a time we live in when a piece of shit like Emile Zola can tell us our army is rotten. And he basically stirs up a mob. He straight up incites a mob, incites a riot, and they start vandalizing and destroying this newspaper office. And man, that just, it really, I was thinking, God, they do that same shit today. The elites, these army officers that conspired, that did this, they are trying to hold on to power any means necessary. This is the ruling class exerting its will. They made a mistake, and now they're going to hold on to power at any means necessary. They don't care who they have to destroy. They don't care how much they have to lie. And I was thinking about that, like, we have the exact same thing today. We have bots on Twitter. We have chaos agents that just stir up shit, whisper ideas into people's ears, unstable people's ears. Like, they still use the same tricks that they've always used, regardless of social media or not. It doesn't matter. Wow, you know what? He was only there for 5 years. I didn't even realize. I mean, it just, they made it seem like forever in the movie. I've never actually, like, gone into for Dreyfus's life, but there was also another movie called I Accuse with Jose Ferrer played Alfred Dreyfus. I saw it on TCM a couple decades ago, probably. I've never been able to find that movie since. I saw it one time. I've searched for it like once a year ever since I saw it. And I've never been able to find it. You can see it on IMDb. And it was actually about that guy Dreyfus. It followed him from when he got arrested to when he was finally released. It actually was his life story. I wish that I could find the damn movie because it was so good. Jose Ferrer, it was a 1952 movie. Like, isn't that odd that 50 years later they were still making movies about this guy? It must have been that big of a deal. And in that movie, it seemed like it was more than 5 years because he goes there as a young man and comes back with a fucking white beard and white hair. Like that was golden era Hollywood. They were trying to get that across. What's up, cousin? Hell yeah. Making use of those stickers. Yeah, it was obviously it must have been an international deal. And that Emil Zola, it was such a big deal that Emil Zola, basically what he did was they wouldn't give this guy another trial. So Emil Zola, what he did was he accused the army general staff of a bunch of things, and he did that so that they would call him into court on a charge of libel. He would be charged with libel for slandering the army general staff, saying that they framed this guy. And that's how he got the case reopened, or he got it thrown back into public light. But they straight up convicted him of libel. Like, not only did they let the traitor go, or not only did they convict an innocent man, then let the traitor go. Then they convicted Emil Zola, and he had to flee to England and fight from England. Like, we do the same thing today. We pillory people like Edward Snowden. Like, fuck, man. And all Edward Snowden did was tell everybody what our elites were doing, that they were doing stuff that they said they couldn't and that they wouldn't do, collecting our information. And it's just crazy how that was done. And I don't know why we don't learn about that today, but I suspect it's because people would be on the lookout for it. People would recognize Papillon is a great movie. People, I truly think that they don't teach that kind of stuff because, like, when I was growing up in school, you never heard about any of these. Like, you'd hear about, the Constitution and how our elites would never railroad us, how we're all owed all these rights, but they don't show you instances when that wasn't given to people, when people were railroaded, when they were screwed and weren't given or didn't have their own human rights respected. You know what I mean? Like, and that Alfred Dreyfus is one of them. Yeah, I've seen Paths of Glory with Kirk Douglas. It's a Stanley Kubrick movie. It's like one of his first movies. Dude, I've seen pretty much. You're not gonna unless if any movie with any sort of claim to be, or famous movie, I've seen them. Paths of Glory was a great movie. It was about World War One, and it was about, what a meat grinder it was, and how they were willing to just sacrifice innocent men for their officers' blunder, or and it showed it at not only generals blundering, but low-level officers blundering, how they would just do fucked up stuff that got their men killed, selfish stuff, getting drunk before missions, placing their own political and military reputation above, or one like ambition, placing ambition above the lives of their own men, which, that was what Paths of Glory was about for the most part. And that they would put men in front of a firing squad that were absolutely innocent of any crime. And I feel like they don't teach it because then people what is the most disturbing movie I've ever seen? There's a few of them, but, uh, they're usually movies where some the most I think the most disturbing book and movie was probably One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Yeah, and probably the top few movies similarly have From Hell was another one with Johnny Depp, but because they lobotomized that poor woman, that kind of shit that really disturbs me. Lobotomy really fucking disturbs me, and the idea of a lobotomy really disturbs me. And I'm not a horror movie fan. I'm just not into that. But I do like psychological thrillers like that. Also, The Jackal, The Day of the Jackal, and the modern Jackal with Bruce Willis and Jack Black. That was a pretty disturbing movie about an assassin. I don't know, it's kind of movies don't scare me, ideas scare me. Thoughts scare me. The thought of being lobotomized really bothers me. Really bothers me. Uh Also the thought of it's like the thought of being in those positions is what scares me. Being what really scares me is like the idea, quiet, cold, calculating. Like that scares me. Like when people are cold and calculating and they're calm, like maybe let's say getting captured by an enemy that is going to like skin you or like they're going to take joy in your pain. That shit scares me. Yeah, I like psychological stuff too, but I also that kind of stuff I'll think about it for a week after. Like that stuff will really turn my veins into ice water. It that kind of stuff it just sticks with me. And I really like that about books too is that yeah, I mean I agree and I kind of agree with you there Shaolin that it's not violence that scares me. Oh, you talking about the Day of the Jackal or yeah, the Day of the Jackal? Are you really gonna watch that tonight or is that because I brought it up? Because it really was a great movie. It was. It had that Englishman. He was in Gandhi. He played that general that fucking massacred all those Indian people. Uh, that guy's a great. Well, the Iron Maiden. Yeah, that's a. I think there is worse torture. I mean, there's no matter what torture is designed to drive to break you, but there's stuff that I think that could drive you mad. It could just and there's probably a case for being able to you know put someone through enough pain to drive them. And I've been through enough or adversity, and I've been through traumatic moments or through so much pain and like focused pain where the kind of pain that you can't stop like it's you can't focus on stuff when you're in some pains. You can focus with the pain, you can forget about the pain and focus, Then there are other like, I had a dry socket when I had my wisdom teeth removed. It was like 3 days of, like, just the worst pain on the side of my face. It's like I mean, it was so bad, like, I remember after, like, 2 days of not sleeping, I just, like, sobbed myself to sleep. I don't even think I slept, I just laid there sobbing, like, God, it just wouldn't go away. Ugh, it was dry socket was awful, and, that stuff takes endurance to be in that kind of pain and for it to be sustained. Girl next door. Oh. Yeah, tooth pain can really do a number. Like, cause it's just sustained and it's so close to your brain. You can't like, that's where the fucking your head is where the that's where all the decision like that's where you are. You aren't in your foot. Yeah, I've had migraine problems myself. Migraines are the same thing. It's basically the same pain. It's so And the migraines that I would get are those throbbing, ones at the front of your forehead, and like I'd get dizzy, and I would throw up because it would make me so dizzy. It was, but that kind of pain, I just would lay still, like you can't even move because it causes pain to move. I had problems with that, like when I was young. I had when the first migraine I ever had. Oh my God, man! I remember throwing up because of it, but I think it was an allergic reaction. I was in Michigan and I went out uh, squirrel hunting or squirrel shooting with my cousin in the woods with pellet guns. And something out there, we went out into the woods and then we came back like an hour or two later. And, I started not being able to focus I couldn't see. It started blinding me. I could only see what was in my peripheral, like this. If I wanted to look at something, I had to look away and look at it out of the corner of my eye. It was fucking weird. It was very weird. It was scary, actually. And it messed with my coordination. I couldn't bring a spoon to my mouth. Well, the lobotomy thing that scares me is that it more or less kills you. You're alive, but it takes your personality away from you. It turns you into a fucking animal, and really that really disturbs me. Yeah, that just really disturbs me. The idea of having your humanity taken away from you. That or like being castrated too. That's another one. That's another uh thought of that really, that and lobotomizing, and they both have something to do with being taken having something taken from you. What's up, Cam? Hell yeah. I haven't You don't always drop by. It's nice when you do. Nice to see Cam. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that really messes with me. And I feel like I kind of the stuff that I find scary isn't the same that other people find scary. A- Actually, it seems that way to me anyway. Wonder what the White House is uh holding a Vice President J.D. Vance delivers remarks in Islamabad, Pakistan. You guys want to watch that? Alzheimer's, yeah. Yeah. It is, yeah. And seeing lobotomies, that shit isn't a science. Like there are different grades of lobotomies. It can be worse. Like it depends on how much of your fucking brain they scramble. They turn into scrambled eggs. Some people are just mildly lobotomized, and some people they can't even think, like they can't think at all. They're just like a vegetable that can stand up. But then there's also ones where you can still, people still talk and shit after, but they're just not as human, because it's basically you don't think after that. You don't have thoughts about, like, you don't have ambitions. You don't have human thoughts. You don't think about your daughters or you don't think about other people. It's just like being in fucking purgatory. You've just been, I mean, and the fact that human beings do it to each other, the fact that somebody would take that away from another person, that really bothers me. Like, oh wow, lobotomy and Zen. Oh, I've heard of the Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I've heard of that book. What does that have to do with lobotomy, though? Oh, he talks about it in that book. Ugh. It's just creepy, man. Like, you stick a fucking ice pick in somebody's eye socket and tap that. Ugh. Like, my grandfather saw that shit done to a person. Ugh. That's just awful. Awful. Evil and awful. I don't know, man. And JD Vance, I heard Cenk talking a couple hours ago, and he was saying that JD Vance, if he wants to even run again in 2028, he has to get this peace deal, because that's going to be his only thread that he'll be able to hold on to, or if he wants to run. And from what Cenk was saying, he may not even run. Like, Cenk said he heard that JD Vance is considering not even running. And good, good. You shouldn't be considering running. What's up, Rick? You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of agree with that. Like, yeah, good. You shouldn't run. Like, you're a scumbag. All these, like I said, all these motherfuckers need to get that shit needs to be hung around their fucking necks. That's what needs to happen. Everybody that was involved with this needs that to be hung around their necks. And I've heard people like that Grady Judd. He thinks Trump is like that. We should have attacked Iran years ago, and that so he thinks he's doing the right thing. And so some people, they think this is a good war, so it rightfully should be hung around their neck. If those people think it's good, then let them run on it. If MAGA still believes that was a good thing, well, then they can run on it. Then they can run on it. It's their bed. They get to fucking oh, we did this, we did that, we took care of Iran. Well, and that is rightfully as it should be, because it's it's bullshit, and rightfully it should be held over their head. I mean, I think it was a not only a or not only a fiasco, but it's hurt America. Well, of course, Bob. And supposedly a lot of presidents wanted to they've wanted to attack Iran, and because Grady Judd was saying, Iran has been a problem for America for a long time. And but what I say to that is, well, and maybe it was a problem, maybe it was, but all the other presidents didn't think it was enough of a problem to go to fucking war with them. You know what I'm saying? And that, to me, that makes absolute sense. The only president, and I mean, I don't believe anymore that Donald Trump, I'm starting to think he's not as smart as, that he's not very intelligent, or maybe he's lost a few mile an hour off his heater. since he's gotten old. I don't know. But I used to think he was an intelligent guy, and I'm not so sure anymore because it just seems kind of fucking bonehead. Like, and the fact that this guy, he ran against this, like he said it was bonehead. So why did he do it? You know what I'm saying? Like, his past self would have called him a fucking moron for doing this. Like, it's not just me. It's not just other people thought the same damn thing, you know? And I think Marco Rubio and all these guys, because now that I think about it and look over things a little bit more carefully now, you know, he did fucking hire all yes men. He did hire a bunch of guys that he hired a bunch of guys that were going to say yeah. A bunch of fucking idiots pretty much. Although I wouldn't say JD Vance and Marco Rubio are idiots, but I don't think that they they're not the kind of guys that would resign. They're not principled guys. You know what I mean? Like Trump was playing it safe when he used them, pretty much. When you think about it, like Hegseth, this is he's not even as smart as Trump, I would say, and he's definitely damaged his brain over the years with the alcoholism. Just the way the guy talks, I know what somebody sounds like when they're shot out. Believe me, I know what it sounds like. That dude is shot out. He's done way too many drugs. What's up, Stinklefink? Yeah, he's just done too many drugs. And most of them, it seems like they're just there either because they're rich, there's some sort of or they're good looking, but everything but like smart and, you know what I'm saying? Like he, it doesn't seem like he picked people from or for the right reasons necessarily. And I guess I never really thought about it, never really focused on it. And even JD Vance, this guy is a stuffed shirt. He's been invented by somebody, like Nick Fuentes says. This guy, uh, he was grown in a damn petri dish. We don't know who the hell this guy is or was. Like I agree with I hold with that. He's right. We don't know who this guy like. It's not like he grew up in front of us or you know what I'm saying? Like that's and they're just a bunch of yes men. And Trump knows they're yes men. You read about how he got talked into this mess. Everybody but fucking dumbass Pete Hegseth said this is a fucking idiot. This is stupid. This is folly. This is folly, man. Don't do this. And he didn't listen to him. He blew them off. So obviously he doesn't hold their opinions very highly, does he? He doesn't think they're all that intelligent. He didn't go with them because he knows they're fucking idiots. They're idiots or they're yes men. And I think he honestly thought that he knew something that everybody else didn't. Or he like it blows my mind how I'm starting to either think that he's not very smart or he was blackmailed. I think the blackmail is becoming I used to not even I wouldn't even spend a minute wasting my thoughts on that. It just seemed kind of dumb to me. But now that I see, Donald Trump, he's made some pretty serious mistakes. Now I'm starting to have to ask those questions again. Like, man, this doesn't seem on the level to me. There seems like something else. There's something else that I don't know here. And that's, when I don't know it or when I get that feeling like there's something this doesn't make sense. when I arrive at the conclusion that things aren't making sense, then that conclusion that's the same as, okay, I'm missing something. There's something unseen here that I'm not accounting for. Yeah, right, Bob, for sure. There's something there's information that I'm not privy to, and that's when I know that when when things aren't fitting, because they fit, they typically fit. So when something isn't fitting, it's like, what the fuck is going on here? And I know to think that, I remember or I forget where I heard somebody say that, like, if things aren't making sense, it means that you don't have all the information. I forget maybe it was my dad that said that, but somebody said that to me, and it hit. It made so much sense. Like, something, that's for sure. That's what the deal is here. And being conscious of stuff like that, that's a good thing. You want to be conscious and think about things consciously, not just arriving at conclusions, but reasoning your way to that conclusion. That's important. I think a lot of people forget about that almost, they don't actually sit down and come to conclusions like that. I'm one of I try to think about things consciously, actually have the thoughts, arrive at a conclusion, and if things don't add up, well, then things don't add up. There's a problem here. We're missing something. And, that's served me pretty well. And when you put things in those terms, like once you've put things in those terms, it clears things up to me for me, like, okay, I'm missing something here. To me, that's like once you come to that conclusion, you can start, you can consciously start find looking for the information you're missing. I'm trying to fix this fucking chat. Usually I have Rumble chat going here. For some reason, it's not showing up. Fuck, damn it. Damn it. I hate that. Sometimes like this shit gets so tedious, I want to say. I was listening to that song. You guys remember Ace of Base? Man, there's certain it's 90s music that I really like, that really hits home for me. It reminds me of great periods of my life, or times in my life that I miss, times in my life that I like yearn for. And that Ace of Base, I Saw the Sign, that's one. Uh, Also, Mysterious Ways by U2, that's another one. Stinklefink, did you see the sign? Actually, I heard it when I was in Publix like an hour and a half ago. I was in Publix grocery shopping, and there we go. I got the chat working. Good. Yeah, I heard that shit when I was in Publix, and I was like, ooh, man, this reminds me of riding home from daycare. Holy shit. Yeah. And I think about the way my parents are, and I'm so grateful for the way they were. Like my mom is a very, very feminine. She's very much so a woman, really, a really nurturing human being, and my dad is like hard as fucking nails, pretty much, and like I feel like my dad, he's hard as nails, but I wouldn't want to be that hard, especially with my kids. If I have kids, I wouldn't want to be quite that hard. So, and I feel like I kind of like, luckily, I'm more like the way I wanted to be anyway. Because most people, they turn into their parents, even when they say, "Oh, I never want to be my parent or be like that." And you grow up and you realize, that wasn't so bad. Matter of fact, maybe that was the right way to be. But also, like, there's a reason why one parent households don't fucking work. There's a reason why, like women always never holding people to account, always giving people breaks. Like that Grady Judd, I heard him talking about, a black judge in Palm Beach County who let a guy who had raped and murdered, or no, 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 he had been convicted of a violent crime. He had raped a girl, a younger than a 5-year-old, and this black judge lets this guy out on bond. Then he rapes and murders another girl, a child under 5. That woman, and our state senate did not even fire the bitch. Like, Ron DeSantis even said, like, I think our state senate should go further. They have the power to throw this woman out of office, and they should do it because she let some asshole out and he killed a small child. It's the same thing as that Irina Zarutska, that fucking monster that killed her. Like, what in the hell? No, I'm not Gen Z. I'm like dead in the middle of millennial. My older brother is at the very beginning of millennials. My younger brother is at the very end. I'm right in the middle. Yeah, these women, they're. I understand. Second chances are good, and what Grady Judd said was, I'm for second chances, and I feel the same way as him. I'm for second chances, but as soon as you show yourself to be violent, you don't get any more second chances. Yeah, absolutely, Robert. There are some truly sick human beings. I mean, younger than 5, like what? This is madness. Madness. And that Grady or Patrick Bet David, he was saying that Florida compared to the rest of the nation, like, or who has the most, who executes people the most? Florida. Florida executes more people, or executes people and more people than the rest of the country combined. Almost. Almost. I think Alabama and Texas are behind Florida, but it's almost everybody else combined against Florida. And there's a reason why that is, because there's a hell of a lot of rich people here, a lot of Jewish people here, so they're going to have some sway. Uh, and also, like, it has gotten more conservative over the years since I was a kid. I remember when it was a purple state, but it's because it's a tourist destination. It's like the number one tourist destination in America. In the 80s, Europe put out a travel advisory against Florida because they said it wasn't safe to come here for vacation. And that's crazy. I don't, because that was before my time, but that's happened before. In my lifetime, it's only been a hard as nails state. Since I've been alive, it's always been a hard as nails state. And everybody in the country knows you don't fuck around with Florida or their judicial system. It's you just don't do it. Even if you're from other countries or other states, you fuck around in Florida if you want to go to jail in Florida. If you want to pay Florida a bunch of fines and you want to pay them a bunch of your money, then commit crimes in Florida because they just don't fuck around here, and they will come get your ass. Like if you fuck up in Florida and because they'll give you probation and let you go back home. But if you violate probation, they will bring your ass from Alaska. They will come and get you. They do not fuck around. I mean, there's no chance that you won't be brought back to Florida if you're like, there's almost no state that I think every state they will bring you back from. But then there's states like Ohio where you can steal a bunch, or commit a bunch of crimes and then haul ass, and they don't come and get you because they don't have the money. Like, I remember meeting a guy that from Ohio who had stolen a bunch of shit from Rent-A-Center, and he was in Florida hiding out because they would never extradite back to Ohio. Florida has too much money to like, Florida will come and get everybody. They'll come and get you because it's not a poor state. If you've ever been to Florida, we have pretty damn good roads. Because I've traveled all up and down I-75. I've gone to Michigan via car, traveled across the interstates. And man, yeah, I definitely like miss my roads. Like, damn, especially up north. Roads turn to shit. I guess from the cold or whatever, but they turn to shit for sure. Oh yeah, I figured out how to fucking gifted uh memberships finally. Oh man, I saw fucking Mike Tyson fight. I was watching a little doc. Oh, you live in Florida too, huh? Where there's alligators. I mean, you're going to fish in a place where there's alligator. Well, there's alligators in every body of water in Florida. That's the thing. There isn't a lake, a retention pond. There's none of that doesn't have a lake or it doesn't have a gator in it. They all have gators in it. Yeah, and that's what Grady Judd was saying is, California, felonies own California, or felons, felons are the boss. It's true. Same thing in New York. They run the show. Criminals run the show because women are running your state essentially. You got guys like or wives like Gavin Newsom's talking about forcing her kid to play with dolls. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? And boys play with dolls. They're called fucking GI Joes, and that's fine. But like, to force that, I don't get it. Oh my god, I'm watching Hasidic Jews dancing on a short. It's ridiculous. You live near a lake? Well, I think we all live near a lake in Florida. I live less than 100 yards from a lake as well. There's something about there's something about those people. They just give off that sense of superiority. They really do think that they're better than everybody else. I mean, just the way they behave, the way they talk, the way they carry themselves. It's kind of it's just off-putting. Couldn't be more off-putting. Trying to find the White House thing. I just had it pulled up a minute ago. But these elite. After I watched that Life of Emil Zola, it just elites. They haven't changed a bit. They really haven't. They still pull the same bullshit. They use bots. They've actually gotten more efficient at what they do. Yeah, they are too prideful. Like, it's cocky. And it comes off really bad. It's just like, God, what the hell is wrong with you? And it doesn't do them a service. It doesn't. It's not doesn't benefit them. But like, I've dated a Jewish woman, so I know what the deal is. That's really the only reason why they even exist. If there wasn't that pride, they would disintegrate for sure. Like, I'm sure of that. They would stop existing. People wouldn't call themselves Jays if they didn't have that pride. So I mean, if you get them to stop caring about that, then they would just disappear. Nobody would say I'm a J, I'm Jewish. they would just it would disappear as ethnicity. It would because think about it. Is it really an ethnicity if they didn't uh proclaim that they were Jays, would anybody even know it? Really? Spoke Spanish. That's wild. I mean, it's not that speaking Spanish is wild. What it is because Claudia Scheinbaum in Mexico, she speaks Spanish. It's not wild. It's just like it's kind of weird how they'll speak any language they have to. Like these are the elites. I'm pretty sure that yeah, these people are the elites. That these people, at least in Europe and now here, see, they've always been here. It's even 400 years. I think they even had them in the South Confederate States. They had Jays that were property owners and plantation owners, but they are the elites. And that Claudia Scheinbaum, dude, she is uh, a perfect example of that. They're shape shifting. You know what I mean? They all come from the tree. The branches are far apart, but they're all on the same tree. No matter what, these are just they all share the same ancestors, but they assimilate as much as they have to. They will interbreed, intermarry, but they will never identify as anything but a J. That Claudia Scheinbaum, how is it that I know she's a J? You know what I mean? Like the fact that I know that and that I've heard that many times. Yeah, she does not consider herself Mexican, obviously. And there are like Brett Weinstein, there are Americans that are Jays, but I'm not so sure that they can be counted as Americans over Jays. Like they're a Jewish American is what they are. Just like people are, you know, Spanish American, African American. They're Jewish American. I'm just straight up American. Oh, you make good money and then live where it's cheaper. That makes sense. But that only lasts so long. California will eventually just not be a place where you can make money anymore. It's starting to become that way. Like Hollywood doesn't like those sound stages, they're fucking empty. All of the industry that used to be in California, they've chased it all out. I mean, it's not very smart. It took one of the crown jewels of America and just ugh. And yeah, it's in the top economy, one of the top economies of the world, but except they don't make anything. They could disappear tomorrow and nobody would know the difference. Nobody would know the difference. It would upset nobody's apple cart as far as maybe their dollar would be worth a little bit less, but you don't, okay, and Americans wouldn't have oranges, but the rest of the world wouldn't even blink. It's not like we make movies anymore. Make movies there. And like how did they manage to do that? Like wow. How did they manage to fuck that up so bad? And it used to be like all the way up until 20 years ago, if California went down, people would miss it. You the movies would stop. You wouldn't get good movies. And they did have a massive economy because of the movies, because you're raking in billions and billions, hundred, even a trillion. Some of them have been $200 billion worldwide, or 800 billion, $900 billion box office. That's almost $1 trillion. Like holy shit. That's insane. Hmm? The best areas. It's crazy how a movie could make almost $1 trillion because we only produce like a few $1 trillion in GDP a year. Yeah, you're right. And not only that, but like, you know that the Spirit of St. Louis was built in California? You know what the Spirit of St. Does anybody even know what the Spirit of St. Louis is? First, let's ask that. Does anybody even know what that is? I'll wait for you to look it up, for you to ask AI. It was the plane that Charles Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic Ocean. That was built in California. Yeah, they used to have an amazing aircraft industry in California, as well as the Great Lakes area, you know, Detroit and Chicago. But, you know, like, man, the Charles Lindbergh fucking built that's where his plane was built. Where the how the fuck like how did this place of greatness turn to shit? It turned to a place where like trans people are, you know what I mean? Like that's what you're known for now. You're known for your crazy laws, your crazy you're I mean, yeah, Florida's known for crazy people, but California's known for crazy laws. So that's, you know, yeah, we have individual crazy people. California is crazy, period. Like the whole overarching ethos of the state is crazy. Honestly, it has no business being one state. Has no business. Where does it like where does California get off hoarding and over over the entire West Coast, but like a quarter maybe that's Washington and Oregon? Like where does California get off? You hoard all of this different land and different environments, different habitats, and you rule it like a fucking tyrant. Like a tyrant. You know, where the fuck do these people get off? Like, yeah, we're just gonna take the creme de la creme land of America and we're going to turn it into a fucking hellscape. We're going to rule it like tyrants. We're gonna rule it like Hitler, basically. We're gonna set ourselves up as this like it's just insane, man. You know, and it's just because your elites run wild there. You just let them do whatever the hell they want. And, you know, back in that like in Emil Zola's day, no, you would be dragged out of your fucking house and hung from a fucking lamppost if you were Gavin Newsom. They would drag you out of your house and fucking and crucify you. That's not our fault. What does that have to do with us? Okay, so you attract pieces of shit. That sounds like a you problem. And we all laugh about it. Like, man, that sucks. Like that, you know, you guys can't quite get your shit together. And what's crazy is there's this huge Republican bloc out there. I mean, it's like half Republican, the state is, but you just let your government just fucking rail you. I don't get that. Never will. Just let it do its thing. It's crazy. You'd think that they'd have some sort of a reform after a while, but I guess, you know, they get so bad that where they become unreformable or something. Or I think though that it's in pretty short order that stuff's going to change actually. Yeah, I mean, I remember when San Francisco was literally it was I was envious of San Francisco. I remember as a child thinking, "Oh my god, like I want to live there. That is such a nice place." Like as a child thinking, "Holy fuck, man, to grow up in San Francisco. Oh my god, that's got to be it had to have been like the ultimate." And the movie that made me feel that way was Mrs. Doubtfire. Like, seriously, that movie made growing up seem like a dream come true. It was like, "Holy shit, wow. Why wasn't I born in that city?" Damn. You know what I mean? It really was a beautiful city. And it's not like Orlando, it's not just some fucking it's not just a facade, They're not just putting up a 'cause Orlando, like, all the theme parks and shit, that is literally contrived. Like, none of the rocks are real, none of the landscaping is real. It's literally everything is made to look like somewhere else, made to look like the jungle, made to look like this, that, the third. Yeah, well, you let in anybody. Like, you're literally have an open border. Anybody from anywhere in the world can walk right into California. So, and that's for a reason. It's not because of Californians. It's because our country, our elites, they want cheap labor. So people don't come into America because, like, they come here because they're pulled here. We're like a sponge, or you know what I mean. There's a suction that America has and has had for the last 30, or probably since it's been around, since people been able to come here. It's had a pull, but that's not for no reason. People don't just come for no reason, because they stop sometimes. The flow stops, but when they need, they don't want, it's because they don't want to pay Americans a decent wage. Yeah, I wouldn't even attempt moving to California. I would not even attempt it. I mean, it's just, I don't need to live there. I don't, it's not like I've lived there my whole life and I'm used to it and couldn't get used to. I mean, I could see that being hard to leave. But that's why I had the opportunity to go to California, like literally in Arizona. It was I think it was just a trip across a lake or some shit. Like what the hell is that lake called that they made? Is it Lake Havasu? I forget what it's called, but the lake there, my uncle or my dad's cousin lives on that lake in Arizona. But anyway, it was just like a bus ride to California, and the rest of my family went. I didn't go. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm not going. And I'm glad I never went, because like I don't want to yearn for that place. I just see the news, see what it is. I'm like, don't even want the idea of going to that place. Like, cause it's a nightmare, man. It's a nightmare. Like, why? If I couldn't imagine even having ambition if you live there, like, because they're just gonna. There's sharks there that want to take your money, that want to take anything that you accrue. They want to take it from you. No, not really. Not that I know of. I don't. I never noticed. There's a lot of Puerto Ricans. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but there's not a lot of Middle Eastern people here. There's some, like, I remember going to school and there was a couple girls that rode my bus. They rode together and they would have those scarves on things on their head. Man, and what's crazy is California just gets worse and worse and worse. It seems like it never stops. The decline never, stops. It's just never stopped since the 90s. It's just, and because it was at such a high point, it has like, it's a long drop off, I guess. Because it's like I still see uh news about how it's getting worse and how people can see it getting worse. Oh, wow, Tiger Woods got arrested 5 days ago. You know, he's a fucking big dude, Tiger Woods. Like, I wouldn't wanna pick a fight with that dude. That guy might just fuck you up. Like, that's a big dude. I didn't realize he was that big, and I remember when he was like a fucking skinny little nerd. And there's a lot of like there's Spanish parts of town too. There's a couple of Puerto Rican, you know, little San Juans and shit. Bob, aren't you from? Don't you live in Florida too? Oh no, no, you're in California. Yeah, my dad had family that was living in Colorado too. They lived way up in the mountains. And you know, when I hear about the water rights and shit, man, I just think like, man, the West is so fucked. Like, it's just, I just wouldn't want to live there, man. You know, like it's like a socialist parrot. It's a socialist area, part of the country, but it's not even good at it. It just wastes it. It wastes all the money they take from people. So yeah, I just couldn't do it. And my dad's like, I think his aunt and uncle, they owned property in uh, Colorado, and they're not allowed to create a fucking retention pond on their property because it's stealing water. Apparently, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. Ugh. Oh my god. You know, I remember when I was younger, people used to get liposuction. Like that was a thing, you know. And thank God we got away from all that shit. Yeah, I mean, really though, there's not really a whole lot of money to be made. It seems like right this second. Like, but at the same time, I feel like it's just a different mode. Uh Times are changing, and if you want to make money, you gotta there's a different formula for making money. You know, we have all these new technologies, internet, we got all kinds of different stuff. And so the landscape has changed. You know, you don't start a business and open a store anymore. That's not how you do it anymore. Like it just isn't. You know, you have to go through the use the internet. You have to leverage new and that stuff hasn't been figured out yet. At least that's how it feels anyway. That stuff just hasn't been sorted through and really, you know, to the point where it's, you know, down to a science. You know, before the internet, you know, there was only all the ways that you could make money and businesses, you know, ways to run business, the ways to make money. It was all the same since the beginning of time, pretty much. Paperwork, you know, it was all that you made money in the same way. But now, you know, we're in a totally different world. And it takes time for stuff to become standardized, for people to sort things out and figure out what's, you know, where the value is. How do you get value? And men are especially good at this. Men go where the value is. And it seems like in women, you know, they usually lag a little bit behind men. 'Cause I would say because typically men have to know where the value is. If you want to have a family, you have to be able to support it. There's no there's no way around that. You know, it requires you have to make a certain amount of money or you can't have a family. So men, they really don't have a choice. They can't bandy about or pretend or anything. Whereas women, they don't quite have that same burden. So they can get away, like I remember a year when I was a kid, you would see women that worked for nonprofits. They can do that. You don't see men doing nonprofit stuff. Like you just don't see it. And, it has its place. But women, they do tend to lag a little bit. Like you see, all the directors in Hollywood are female now. No, men don't even bother anymore because it's dying. Men go on, they're already on to the next thing. Video games, although that's even dying now, where women are taking that over. But when women take these things over, it's because they have prestige. Men have built these institutions up. It's men built up Hollywood and its prestige over a century. Over the 20th century, they built it up. And then now they've started leaving because, first of all, Hollywood has cut white men out. You're not allowed to do anything in Hollywood. But there's no real money to be made there anymore. They've destroyed its reputation over the last few years. So there's no money to be made. And not only that, but there's new stuff. There's YouTube. There's video games. Men, they go where the money is. They go where the future is. And men go out and blaze the trails. Women, they're more risk averse. That they don't take chances. Like I remember when video games was a solely male activity. Women made fun of guys that played video games, like because you were pretty much a loser. It wasn't until later that you could make money playing video games. The 90s, there was no money to be made in playing video games. So if you played video games, you were a bit of a loser, a bit of an empty vessel, as a woman would see it. And then people started making money, and then it becomes prestigious, and then women start playing video games. That's just the inevitable course of things. And, I there is still absolutely a market for movies, and I may make movies. I absolutely have had great ideas, and if I wasn't if I didn't have this going for me, I might just make movies because I have great ideas, like the ideas that nobody else has had yet. Like making movies on YouTube. Why has nobody done that? And you don't even have to. You don't even have to write the story. You can take old movies, old stories, make a YouTube movie, do it with your friends, you know? Get good with computer graphics, but do it like a movie like The 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Holy shit. I would make such a good movie out of that. Such a good movie. And it's about acting. It's about acting. I mean, and I would do it on YouTube. And you could do it with just friends. You literally you have the software to make movies. You can get Final Cut Pro and a Mac and make a movie with that. And people know, that you're not on a fucking submarine. It's the suspension of disbelief. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but like, is the acting good? And people, they just think for some reason, people, I don't know why nobody has started to make movies on YouTube, but somebody undoubtedly will do what I'm talking about. I just, I was kind of thinking about doing it. Like, but think about this, if you made a good movie, made like, let's say 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, you could create a fucking industry, and YouTube would totally sign on to that. But like, you'd have to do a good job with acting. You'd have to do, you would have to really, it'd have to be a labor of love. You'd have to be willing to do it for free and not make any money on it. But if it was gripping and the story's good, we know the story's good, but That's such an old movie. People have never seen that story. Most people have never seen 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. So you could just take that story, make a new movie. People have, that's not a beaten down, beaten to death story. You could do that. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's a great book too. I read the book by Jules Verne. It bothers me that people aren't as creative as they could be. And people, they just seem to think, somebody else has to do it first for anybody to do anything. Nobody fucking thinks that they can, you know, people that have done great things, people that start industries, like they didn't think they could start an industry either. Nobody thinks they could start an industry, but it happens. It's just like people, they just don't take chances. We're so beaten down by our elites, by the people above us, that we think that it's not possible to do great shit that they've never thought of. You think, well, everything I could think of, it's already been thought of, which is absolutely not the case. But I mean, if you just fucking made the movie and just make it, don't worry about what happens after that. Just focus on making a good movie. Make the movie, put it out on YouTube. You'd have to figure out some way to monetize it. Or you might have to do the first one for free, maybe even, you know? But you could absolutely turn that into an industry. And it really bothers me how people just, they don't, and it's like we're discouraged. But who isn't? Our chat's not. Oh, you got to click from top chat. You have to go to live chat. You have to click up in the corner, top left corner of the chat box. Oh wow, I didn't realize you were even in here, Horizon. No shit. I didn't see any of those. Huh. Did you switch it over? See what I'm talking about? From top chat to live chat. Yep. This stuff could be done. And I'll tell you, who why it's the Jays that do all that stuff? Because their parents, their culture says, no, no, you can do this. And we'll give you the help. We'll help you do it. Our culture says, nah, you can't do it. You're just some fucking idiot. What do you think? Why do you think that you can do that? What makes you so different? What makes you so special that you can make a movie? But Jays, nah, they push themselves. Like if somebody has an idea for and they're money grubbing, which is probably a reason why. But like what I'm talking about, having the confidence to go out and just do something, wing it and make it happen. We're discouraged from that. And I say that because I feel like, as my little brother even says, like if I tell him you should pursue this or pursue that, nah, I can't, what about, why would I, who wants to hear what I have to say or whatever? And like, that's such a shame, you know, n- people aren't pushed to be creative anymore. Like, and we know we're creative because you look how creative our society once was, how much we produced, like how much of we were the tastemakers of the world. If something became fashionable or became, you know, universal in America, everybody around the world would pick it up, or at least give it a try. Yeah, because you have the top chat thing. And YouTube, they also, I think they do filter, they censor some stuff. I think they censor the clown face and the globe. You can't even, I think they censor that even. But I just wish everybody, I guess people, because at the NBA, because people think like the only way you can make money or become wealthy is by being a football player. Yeah, what is wrong with chasing a dream? But It's like nobody dreams. People used to dream of being an actor, a Hollywood celebrity, because Hollywood, it was like they didn't dream that they would be a painter or that they would be an inventor or that they would create something. People dream that some institution will touch them on the head with a wand, a magic wand, and will make them rich and famous overnight. And it just doesn't happen that way. It just doesn't happen that way. And it bothers me. And our culture, we're, we haven't changed. We haven't adapted at all, it seems like. And man, the movie industry, when that took off, is like somebody or people knew that the cameras and stuff were a big deal. That movie is like they knew intuitively, like, oh my God, because because cameras and video cameras and photographs, like that was a big deal. You didn't have to paint something. But it seems like we don't get that anymore. The iPhone comes out and there's all these crazy cool things you can do with it, but nobody, I think a couple people have made movies with iPhones, but like, why hasn't somebody done what I was just talking about? Like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Why hasn't somebody just used an iPhone to make that? It's not about the fucking camera. Nobody believes it's about the camera. Like 300. That movie was made on a soundstage. The only things that were real were the fucking men, basically. And like, so why everybody has a fucking great video camera in their hands 24 hours a day. Why has nobody just started doing stuff? Because we're all locked into garbage social media. We're all locked into our phone. We have our communicator like this all day long. Nobody even thinks spontaneously. They don't even think like nobody sits down and just sits and thinks anymore. Everybody's constantly and the zeitgeist is about passing time, playing video games. It's awful. It's nothing to write home about, that's for sure. I'm not talking about anything crazy. Why, everybody has a pretty damn badass video camera in their pocket all day. Why hasn't anybody tried to make a movie with that? Like, why hasn't that caught on? People make shorts with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, people used to direct, remember Vine, that app Vine? People would direct Vines. Yeah, you're right. It's like people aren't consciously awake, but it's no kind of place to live in. It's just like all of the joie de vivre of human life and human beings and culture. It's just like drained out of life. It doesn't, such a anticlimactic. Although I think this will spur something into, that will, yeah, from pleasure to pleasure to pleasure. Yeah, no joke. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it is. It's like you don't even have time to think. You just go from one good feeling to the next. Whether that good feeling is, drinking a chocolate shake and then sex and then video games and then sugar and then a cigarette and then drugs. But it's just one good feeling after another. Just like you said, one drug after another, whether they be natural, uh, endorphins, like eating eating peppers, that gives you a massive release of endorphins. But yeah, just going from one to another. And everything has been scientifically formulated to maximize the explosion of pleasure. Everything has to be an explosion of pleasure. It has to be, you have to go from, no, from pain or from status quo to all of a sudden, like mainlined into your brain, an explosion of flavor, whether it be like something you eat or an explosion of that just seems like what it is, and everybody's going from quick hit of and that's just how human beings are, it's like we like fruit. So what do? They figure out how to concentrate fruit so that you like it even more than fruit. You know what I mean? They figure out how to make it irresistible. Oh, what's up, hoax? I didn't know you were in here. Yeah, they definitely hedonism 101 for sure. But at the same time though, yeah, well, and then people you're right. They do frame a lot of things like, model making and all that stuff. People don't do that. Yeah, Doritos, that's a good one. People they're slandered as being boring, but then people get to the end of their lives and they think, "Oh my god, I just wasted my entire life." There are I would say everybody feels like they're wasting their life almost all the time. People they feel like it's just been shallow, they haven't got much it's like people are going to keep feeling like that until they start doing real shit, human stuff. Like playing music. Like even music today, it's not what it once was. Like I heard modern kind of a synth song and man, the snare, the way that they use it, it's so I mean, it doesn't seem like noise or music anymore. It just seems like fucking noise. It just seems like noise. And like there's a joy in playing an instrument. Seriously. And instruments sound, like a live acoustic instruments sound different. They sound better, much more, far better. I mean, you actually get almost like a velvet feeling from acoustics music. Like it feels orgasmic in my ear. Like my ear, like it makes my ear feel good. And like there's a certain warmth to acoustic. What's crazy is, yeah, the comfort zone. It's not even really a comfort zone. It's like they stay, you know, th they used to be all kinds of the comfort zones. They were all over the place. Lots of people played instruments. It just for not for money. They just played instruments in their home when they were, bored. Like I do. I do. I play the harmonica too. I forgot about like I was talking about the banjo the other day. I fucking learned how to play the harmonica in the last 6 months. Well, there you go, Rick James. Hell yeah. My little brother, he plays guitar in his church band. But yeah, I learned how to play the harmonica within the last 6 months. I just found one, nice one too, actually, in a little case. And I just started fucking playing it when I could, and I love it actually. And what's wild is you really it it's tiring. Your diaphragm gets hell yeah. Both my brothers play it. They're all right. I mean, I don't think any of us are like spectacular with instruments. Although, like the harmonica, I got really pretty damn good at it. Like, no lie, I figured it out. Also, I know how to play the Jew harp too. Like I can play that shit. I learned how to play it one Thanksgiving. I was in Jacksonville having Thanksgiving with my little brother and his friends, and one of his friends had one of those, and I sat there for like 2 hours trying to figure out how to play it. Yeah, that's good, Shalin. Uh, Is this JB playing or JB on Horizon? Is this Walker or JB? Yeah, I don't know if you saw or I'm sure you saw my some of the videos that I've done that I used to put on Nick's debates. Like, that was when I first started streaming, uh, like 8 months ago or something. I first started streaming, and I didn't really have any. There's one with Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, versus Destiny and Hassan Piker. Oh, such a fire debate. But it's like a 4 hour fucking debate, 3 or 4 hour debate. It'd be like 2 in the morning by the time that shit was over. But it was a great debate. I watched it like 6 months ago. Fucking killer. And I did I have YouTube shorts that have it. Oh, your dad's hanging out with you. That's cool. Hell yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I have you seen the shorts at all, Walker? I was just kind of assuming that maybe you had seen them and thought, yeah, you should put those on or put one on. That was when like two or three people watched, like legitimately. Yeah, I think I'm gonna learn how to play the piano, Rick. Actually, I really there's something about the piano. Everybody in music knows how to play it, it seems like. Well, Piker, yeah, I would say he's definitely not the better one of the two, but he doesn't really say much, I feel like. And I don't think that, that he didn't really say much. Carl Benjamin and Nick Fuentes, but were by far and head and shoulders were above the other. Destiny is he is a decent debater. I don't think like you can't argue that he's a decent debater. He's a pretty decent debater, but I just think he does it. He's a sophist. He does it with misdirection. He does it with magic tricks. You know what I mean? Like they're just parlor tricks. That's how he does it. He and whereas Carl Benjamin has a fucking doctorate, like he's thought about the shit. And Nick Fuentes, he's thought about the stuff. And it's kind of wild. Nick, he wasn't even an old guy, or he's in his early 20s. Oh yeah, he's on a Zoom call with like 40 people. Yeah, I've seen that one. And they just jump in trying to take him out. Yeah, well, I think that was him trying to get big. Pretty sure. That was him trying to grow his audience. And I considered stuff like that, like maybe doing that, but I thought, I think it worked for Nick because, he was trying to grow and it was so new, you know, the internet and Rumble and all that stuff. It was just so new. And that's how they made I mean, essentially, by I feel like back then, Nick and those guys, they would just try to make as big of a scene, uh, as big of a situation or an event as they could. They would try to, and that's why you got Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker. It's like you have the polar opposites, the extremes, the bombastic people, the people that make news, and then they come together, to try and combine their audiences. If you put on a dress, you are a woman. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's just not how it works. Not even close. Yeah, those are pretty good debate. And then I've also seen the debate where I think was it Sneeko that was moderating, or maybe it was Aiden Ross that was moderating, and where it was against that kid, the blonde kid. What the hell, Dean Withers? That kid is pretty smart too. Dean Withers. He's not that kid. What I didn't. He's a pretty sharp kid, but he's doesn't have. I think he's just misguided. And he's young too. And also watching that Grady Judd and hearing him talk about conservatism, and about how he thought Trump was doing the right thing, and I don't agree with that. And I also don't agree with Hassan Piker. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a Democrat at all. Although, I mean, I feel like the party could be brought to a place where I could be a Democrat. Well, that debate really bothered me though, the way that that kid Dean, Nick kind of crossed himself by saying that he would kill a baby if God told him to. I mean, you don't that's dumb. You don't answer a question like that. You just say, shut the like, dude, that why would you ask me such a question? You know, like, and that is the leftist and liberal debate tactic. Let's debate extremes. Let's debate extremes. That's how they beat us. That's how they beat, or I'm not even going to say us, but that's how they beat people. Is they give them extreme examples, and if you're dumb enough to take the bait, they'll win. And I don't think that kid Dean Withers won, but man, he really made him look bad there. Like I thought, I was even like, damn, Nick, how did you fall for that, dude? That was like, and Nick kind of spent the rest of the debate paying for that. Having to, the kid would allude to it again and kind of like, I can't believe you said that or something. You know what I mean? And it just, he kind of touched on it several times, and I'm thinking, man, that was such a blunder. Like, you bungled that, man. And other than that, it was tight as a snare drum. It was. But that's leftists. That's their thing. That's what pisses me off. Like, people that were once Democrats, and I don't have a problem with those people. I love that those kind of people watch my stream. But when they come at me with one of those bullshit extreme, like when you're talking about abortion, they say, but what about women? What about rape or incest? Like, bro, that worked in 89, 90, and 91. Yeah, that worked. But we have the internet now, and we know that it's like 1 out of every 1,000 abortions. Or you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not gonna argue on behalf, or that's a ridiculous argument. Yeah, sure, you're right, but you know what? That never, or and I just don't go for the bait. Like, dude, that's a bullshit. That's bullshit. Like, that's an unfair comparison. You're comparing my position to the most, or you're not. It's in bad faith. Instead of using my position, they're using the most extreme case, the most extreme possible case to win the argument. And it's like, yeah, but you arguing for the extreme case, except the extreme case is less than 1% of the time. Why would you even, what's the point of even talking about that? But it's a debate strategy. Then people walk away from the debate thinking, man, he lost that. When really it's like, no, his argument, the one guy, somebody has a better argument. But it looks like they lost. A lot of times, if somebody can make it seem like you lost, it doesn't matter. Like, people feel like you lost. They didn't actually think about what was happening and who had the better argument. You know what I'm saying? And that's why debates, they're not able to call a winner after the debate, like the presidential debate. They have to wait till the next day and see who was winning in the aftermath debates on X, or how people feel the next day. Oh, it's 1 in a million? Yeah, well, what I'm saying is they defeat with really good arguments by using the extremes. And I used to not pay attention to that. But I've slapped a few people down in my streams before, where they try to come at me with one of those bullshit debates, and I just hit him with a pile driver and never hear from him again, because like, it's like, dude, that is so disingenuous. Oh, he failed on the peace talk. Well, it's because Israel wouldn't go for it. Makes sense. I don't think people that really understand what's going on believe that it was going to happen anyway. Like even Shank was like, "Man, I mean, either it happens, either Israel allows it to happen and Israel is okay with a ceasefire." And he even says, which I don't believe, or or they are okay with it and like but it's on Israel whether or not. And what's crazy is this is one of the only or the first times or the Iranians actually met with us in Islamabad only because JD Vance came in person and Pakistan actually, hates Israel. So they actually, because Israel will just assassinate the people that are negotiating. They will. They don't want this peace to happen. They don't want us to make this peace. So they're going to do whatever they have to stop this. They've killed so many. They've killed, like, when the war was going on, they killed anybody who they thought we could cut a deal with. That all the assassinations that were happening was what they were doing. And I agree with you, Robert. But the thing is, though, is I think I like Cenk was saying, I really hope this how it goes is we just cut a deal apart from Israel. We get a peace deal with Iran and we wash our hands from it and walk away. It's like Israel, you know what? If you want to duke it out with Iran, go for it. You want to fight with them, go for it, but you're going to do it without our help. You're going to do it without us. That's what I want to that's what I want to see. Fight without us. If go for it. If you're willing to take on a country 10 times your size, go for it. Have at it, big dog. You're this badass, then go for it. Huh, Barry Manilow. Huh. Yeah, there is something that happens as you get older. You start caring less about what other people think. The Bible says there will be a two-state solution. I mean, maybe. I'm sure it does. I mean, that doesn't make it so. Yeah, I would imagine that they had something. They torpedoed the last meeting, the last negotiation. Well, I think there might be a two-state solution, but either way, I think uh, I think Israel is not going to exist in a decade. Might even be less than that. They're not a long term. They're not going to be long term. I just don't see it. I don't know why, but to me, I have this feeling that they are just not long for this earth. Uh, Sometimes if Nightbot censors something, I can do it. But if you delete it, I can't. I think when YouTube censors something, it doesn't even appear, bro. It just goes into a black hole. I never even see it myself. I can't see stuff that's getting censored. I mean, unless Nightbot censors it. Other than that, I can't see it. And they do it a lot, I know. But I don't see them existing in a decade. I really don't. I think it's been a good run for them. They've had some fun, had some laughs, but in the end, people are going to go their own ways. You know, I think that's honestly what it is. Like Bibi Netanyahu, in a frantic effort to like secure. What is that that you that you messaged home theater? What is that? What is that emoji? Oh, let me, dude, you're not a regular. What? That's crazy. Like Nightbot just fucked with you? Hang on. Fix that. Wow. What the fuck? Come on, man. I hate that when you click on something and you click on something and one of those little windows pops, or you right click, and every time you do it, it just opens another little window. You can't clear it. I'm just trying to put you in there so Nightbot won't fuck with you. Kind of, this kind of gets annoying. Do this, but also, like they can demonetize my shit if somebody comes in and says the wrong. It says something. They say the right shit. Yeah, you're right. It's not smart to bet against those people, but you know something? They bit off more than they can chew. Does it look, does to you, let me ask you, does it look like to you that they're kicking at, like they're doing good, like they're in a good place? Like it doesn't seem that way to me. They picked they moved to a place where they're not welcome. And it's getting to the point where the rest of the world wants them to stop. Like, hey, cut it out. You're making our lives harder. Like that can't last. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna last. And last year they had they lost population. Israel. They lost population. More people left their country than moved to it. Imagine after this war, dude, they've just taken a pounding in that nation, that country. Israel, holy shit. And not only that, but the internet is, people are finding out what Israel is about, that Christians get spit on. Like that stupid guy, Officer Tatum. What a dunce, man. That guy is dumb. I heard him say, I don't know why people talk so much shit about Israel. Me and my pastors in my church went to Israel. We only got spit on by one person, and it was a little kid. And their mom, was like, oh, apologize for it. And I'm thinking, like, dude, you don't realize what that means when a kid does something. That means that's how they talk about you. Their kid, they talk shit about you so much. They think so little of you that their kid thinks it's okay to spit on you. That's how much the parents talk. Yeah, they say, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and this and that. That's only because they understand that that's not acceptable. Like polite society, we're not. That's not acceptable. The rest of the world knows that's wrong, and there's something wrong with that. But the parents know there's something wrong with that, but the kids don't. I used to watch them too. I mean, I just watched. I watched a lot of shit that I don't watch anymore. But when that guy said that, I said, man, only, and the fact that it was a kid, I'm like, bro, that's worse than if a person spits on you, because that kid, by the time they're an adult, they wouldn't do that anymore. They know better than to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you get a peek into, and if it's adult that does something like that, okay, he might be crazy. The guy might be crazy. You know what I mean? He might not have any friends, but he might be a loner. But when a kid does that to you, that means he thinks that his parents made him feel like it's okay. Right? Well, there's a lot of, they're losing any, a lot of what they've been able to do, or a lot of what they do, they're able to do it because they've had cover from the past events. You know what I'm saying? They've had cover. Like my mom and I used to think that, uh, they were killing. Hezbollah and Hamas who used human shields. Well, they don't use human shields. They twist the wording and they prey on the fact that people don't look closely at what they're doing. Yeah, he's a moron. And that's what I'm saying. Like I don't even really watch him spend any time talking about him, but I just remember him saying, "We only got spit on one time in Israel and it was only by like I think he was talking to Netanyahu too, and Netanyahu like that was kind of I just couldn't believe it. Like, wow, man. Doesn't make or that makes a lot of sense to me. Atlanta's a fucking wild town, you know. That kind of stuff happens in Atlanta. They're animals up there. They they kind of own that section of the state. You know, I've been to Atlanta. Yeah. It's and you know, you see the people that talk about being from Atlanta on the internet and it's just like, yeah, they're just a bunch of fucking low class, uncivilized fucking animals. You know, they have fucking I think they're having problems with STDs. People are getting AIDS all over the place. It's a fucking mess, man. It's a big fucking uncivilized I mean, they're animals, man. They start getting out of control. You know, let a fight break out or let something violent like somebody hit somebody and that sets them off. It's like a chain reaction. They can't help it. As soon as there's a little bit of violence or you know what I mean? Like once it breaks loose, it's like a match to gasoline. You can't stop it. You know, a riot is incited because those people, there's something they're just I don't know. I don't even know. You know, I'm not going to get into it, but there's a reason why that shit doesn't happen anywhere else. You remember in that Cincinnati, that whole fucking street ganged up on on a dude and a woman, fucking just laid the woman out. Somebody cold clocked the woman, laid her ass out flat. She she put her to sleep. Straight up, put her to sleep. That's wild, man. What the hell? How can that be okay? How is it? And you know, it's like the Jays in Israel, you know, it's acceptable amongst them. That kind of shit is acceptable. And that's why nobody wants to live with them. Nobody wants to live in a neighborhood with them. They're unfit to live with is what that's what the deal is. They're unfit to live with. And they know it too. I see things where even black people are like, yeah, man, fuck, man, I saved up my whole life to move to a white neighborhood, and then all of a sudden, there goes the neighborhood, and somebody else moves in, and I got to move out. Even they haul ass. So, you know, I don't really care what they say anymore. Like, oh, that's bad, and this is, it's like, nah, it ain't, dude. Y'all do the same thing. You do the same thing. You don't want to live in the neighborhood with those people either. So, you know, and the whole spitting on people, I just, man, how is it they protect these sons of bitches? Like, how is it that anybody lets them get away with that? People aren't alerted at how you spit on people. Like, that's acceptable in your society. That's normal. Okay, well then there's something up there. Like that's an ethno state. Even I don't even think the Germans spit on Jays. I don't even think they did. You know, they would like in Schindler's List, "Goodbye, Jew. Goodbye, Jew." The little girl, the little blonde girl, she's straight up screaming at the top of her lungs, "Goodbye, Jew," as they're being walked. Uh, to the cattle car, whatever. I forget. They were walking them somewhere, and the little girl's just yelling goodbye. And when I was watching that stuff with Emil Zola, where all those people, those mobs were walking around, I was thinking about how the elites haven't changed, you know, and how you got the Epstein class. These people absolutely have set themselves up as they're the rulers. They are the ones that run the show. They think that, they feel that way, and they try to make it reality. Fuck, man, what the hell is what is a J doing in charge of Mexico for? What is a J doing in charge of Mexico? Okay, first of all, no place in the Americas in the New World are J's from. Their place of origin is from a different part of the world. They're not from the Western Hemisphere. Like, that's one of the good things about the Western Hemisphere, is that they weren't here waiting for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, they weren't here waiting. But somehow one of them is in control of Mexico. Like, that just seems to me as odd. Why is that? And there would be one of them in control of America too, if they thought we would tolerate it. I'm pretty sure. Like, Pritzker's running right now. He thinks he's going to be president, and the a Democrat may very well win the next election. I just hope to God it's not that scumbag. You know, really, we just had a billionaire rake us over the coals, bend us over the barrel. Are we going to take another chance with a Nepo billionaire, a Nepo baby, a fucking rich kid, spoiled rich kid? Are we really going to do that? If we do that, it's ridiculous. And, like, part of me thinks, like, maybe these people, maybe, if leadership is a meritocracy, maybe they do have a claim to that, to be leaders. Maybe they do, but that doesn't mean they get to be leaders everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not what that means. They should lead their own fucking country. Honestly, we should force them all to move there. Oh, no, you got to go. You have a country now. Leave. Well, what is Judaism, bro? Like, Judaism for Gentiles? That's doesn't make sense, dude. And Freemasonry, it's a secret society. So is the Skull and Bones. But even if those societies, I said this yesterday, even if those societies didn't exist, there would still be a club and you still wouldn't be in it. So what the fuck do you care about the secret societies before? It's a club that you don't belong to. What difference does it make if the club is a real building or a real place or a real where they actually meet? What difference does it make? Yeah, and I feel like, there's like certain things don't happen because they know they can't let it happen. And I think they realize that, we've been trying this for 2000 years, and they finally got smart. Like, if like we can't have it all. Yeah, we can run the show, but people can't think we run the show. We can't publicly run the show, which, at least I know they don't run China. I know they don't run the show in China. They do in Mexico somehow, though. That's incredible. How did that happen? How, like, a Mexican J? Like, dude, that just makes almost no sense to me. Well, even if it wasn't, okay, maybe let's say that the fraternity doesn't exist. It would still get done. Maybe the fraternity makes it easier, and I'm willing to concede that. I don't think it's really the fraternities either, man. Like, They don't need a fraternity. They go to temple with each other. They go to school with each other, their own day schools. They don't fraternize with us for the most part. And I think they do so. There's a reason why you have to you're only Jewish if your mom is Jewish, really. That's where it's passed down matrilineal. And that's how they assimilate into your culture and that's how it starts. Is they start like and this is everybody knows that Jewish women, they're loose. They're easy. And oh, what's up, Alex? And they're known for being loose and easy. And like in New York, they came here in World War or after World War II, and all of a sudden, for like the next 50 years in America, a lot of Jewish women were doing a lot of fucking, a lot. Like you see in Goodfellas, Tommy trying to bang this Jew broad. The fuck, man? You don't want to help me? All right. Yeah, you don't want to help me? I fucking help you. You don't want to help me? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, those women, that's their, that's like their ticket to the show. That's how they get in. That's how they get into control, I think, that's like their whole entire, that's their culture, man, is like in, in invading a society or a culture and then finding their way to the top. How do we get to the top? And they have a good, they do have a pretty damn good culture that does that. It really does, man. It has a way of it's like the blob or something, or a ditto in Pokemon. It just fucking shapeshifts, man. Like there's a reason why they call these lizard people and they call them shapeshifters. There's a reason. Like that word, there's a reason why the certain words get associated with like nothing is a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing. Well, most things aren't a coincidence, and that's one of them. You just can't deny it, man. They seem to do really well. They get into positions of power, and we've seen multiple times in history. I knew you were going to say something, Arceus. I knew it. I knew he was going to say, "Ooh, Ditto, that's a Pokemon." Like I just knew it. Yeah, I know you like Pokemon, but they get into the power. We've seen multiple times in history where their yoke has become too heavy of a burden for a people, and they get thrown off. Peoples throw that yoke off. They have their body cleansed of parasites. Yeah, Yiddish. That's just a bastardized Eastern or Russian or Germanic language that is it's bastardized because they had Hebrew or whatever. They had a different language. They jump from language to language. They've probably spoken, who knows how many. Yeah, Hebrew really isn't a spoken language. It was a written language that they forced their kids to learn for thousands of years for no reason, not to talk in, but to read in. And then when they created Israel, they started speaking it. They started using, but think about how many languages those people, like Benjamin Netanyahu or Jared Kushner or Alan Dershowitz, bro, their ancestors, they have probably like that. Think of how many tongues that they've spoken. English is just the latest one. Yeah, where the more you struggle, the tighter they grip. Where they just it's a slow, it's very tedious and tiresome. It's not that they speak a lot of languages. It's that they will adapt, and that it doesn't matter who has the power. They will morph and adapt to get it through whoever has power. They will wear you like a fucking glove, man. They will morph and adapt. They'll learn whatever new, if the China in a few years they're going to start speaking Mandarin, and they will be in China. They will be sleeping with Chinese men. Like it's their thing. That's their thing, man. This is and there are animals that do this shit, and they're just the human version, man. Along with gypsies, along with circus folk, carnies, uh, uh, who are the other ones? What the hell? Yeah, carnies for sure. Like the French circus performer, or the French circus. That there's a reason actors, any nomadic group, any group that makes that their lifestyle, their way of life is to travel, to hang their hat in different places. Gypsies, they never do that. They never hang their hat anywhere. They just keep moving. Circus folk, actors used to travel in troops. Yeah, nomadic peoples, you got to look out for nomadic peoples. Thing is, and I don't mean like Mongolians. Those are people that herd animals. They're naturally nomadic, but how they make money is by animal husbandry. They raise, slaughter, and milk animals, and craft goods from animals, whether it be fur, milk, meat. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what herding people do, as well as Mongolians. Whereas these other nomadic people, what they do is, especially in Europe, you had uh, metro or centers of people, where people are socializing, where people are gathering to do business. You have cities and villages and stuff, and these places would almost be like they're not. It's not that they're sequestered from the outside world, but they're a microcosm, self-sufficient almost. You know what I mean? Where they have their, and it got to, even towns are that way. Where the town has its own cobbler, its own blacksmith, its own mill. Absolute English, Russian, French. Those are, and all those countries have been powerful. They, all these, they've been in powerful countries. That's their deal. That's their deal. And they want to be, they have to be up top. They can't really survive unless they're like vines. They're like vine plants. They can't stand on their own. What they do is they climb up another tree to get at the sunlight. Somebody else grows strong, like a tall oak tree. They don't. They grow up that oak tree, and then they cover the whole canopy of the tree and choke that tree out. They do that a lot. Like bougainvilleas, that's what they do. Uh, because it's easier. You can grow up the side of a tree or grow 100 feet up really fast, but can you survive the wind and shit? So it takes a long time for a tree to grow up that high, but a vine can get up that high in no time. And I mean, and that's a good analogy. I never thought of that before, but that is how they do it. And also you have you have these centers of people, and what these nomadic peoples do. There's a reason why, gypping somebody is to take advantage of them or to steal from them. And there's a reason why they were nomadic. There's a reason why, the Jays, they're known for coin clipping and shit, because they travel from town to town like vampires. You have a town that's self-sufficient, and it has, whether a town was rich or not, that their money stayed within their town. You know, they might have did business with the outside world, but if the business they did made them rich, the whole town would be rich. Everybody would have good money. Even the cobbler would have good money because the people in the town could, could afford good shoes. Well, the Jays, and they have a pool of money. Everybody in the town, it's the same money that transfers around the town. When somebody buys beer, the beer merchant, the guy who sells beer, the monks or the brewer who makes the beer, he buys all his goods from all the same people as the guy who bought his, he goes to the cobbler, he goes to, so it's the same money that just gets transferred around town and everybody gets their goods off of it. Well, the Jays, they show up, and that pool of money, let's say they have $100 in money, and it's $100 in gold coins. Well, the Jays show up and they steal from the whole town by taking a little bit of gold off of each coin, and they don't have to steal from individuals. They can steal from the whole fucking polity by wearing down their coins. And that's the kind of insidious evil we're dealing with here, where they don't even have the fucking balls of a thief to look a guy in his face and pickpocket him. You know what I mean? They don't even have the fucking stones to endure some hardship and take some risk. And that's why when people finally throw that yoke off, it's really not a good thing for them, because what they've done is so underhanded. It's so, it's beneath humans, really. They are the ones that are sub. It's not everybody else, it's them. Like like Epstein, oh, these people don't know how to make money. No, it's that these people have fucking dignity. Shit. God damn it. Got to put the top back on. Yeah, other people have fucking dignity. That shit is beneath them. Hmm. I think that soda went bad, actually. If you leave soda in a thing for too long, alcohol starts growing in it because it's sugar. That's what fucking alcohol eats. It turns sugar into alcohol. Yeast, bacteria. So if you expose sugar water, or if you expose a liquid to air, because yeast is in the air, you expose it to air and then, seal it off in a jar, it will turn into fermented alcohol in no time. It seems that way anyhow. That's how they make Monkey David wine and whatnot. Monkey David wine. Monkey David wine. That's toilet hooch. Or what do they call it in jail? Where they make alcohol in a toilet. Ugh, that's gross, man. That's absolutely gross. Wow. Mearsheimer, he's saying he thinks or Israel may resort to nuclear weapons. I think that's very possible too. I think they very possibly could, because I don't think they have it. I think they're on their way out. I think they've pretty much lost. At least with Israel, they're like gonna, that just isn't working. It's not working anymore. And like their last effort is to use nuclear weapons. Although I think that would be the end of them. And I think that's the whole point of the nuclear weapons is, if when they know, if they ever get, they ever get wiped away in the Middle East, they'll use, and they would destroy the world before they would allow the world to destroy them. Don't you would you agree? Because that's I mean, I'm pretty sure they would have no qualms with if they can't have it, nobody can have it. That's their thing. Which, I would imagine you guys would agree. Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna take a break for like a 5-minute break. Yeah, 5 minutes. Mhm. Hmm. What's up, fellas? Sorry. Sure. How to use the bathroom. Man, I wish there was a way, or they would let people watch movies, or at least watch like small, like a montage even. Like it's so damn strict. Although I do believe in a couple of years, I think it has to be 100 years before the copyright stuff is over. So in 4 years, be able to watch Hollywood movies from the 1930s. I really look forward to that. It's gonna be sick. Like you can already watch silent movies right now because they're over 100 years old. But it really sucks. Like, god damn it, why can't it be 100 years? And like the movies from the 30s, I know the 1939 is considered the greatest year of all time, and it was a great year. But the 30s was a really good period for movies. Like it was, man. They made movies like I was talking about earlier. They made The Life of Emile Zola. They made there's another one by that Paul Mooney did called The Life of Louis Pasteur. That was about Louis Pasteur who came up with pasteurizing, you know, pasteurizing milk, alcohol. Uh, it's named after Louis Pasteur. And this guy actually invented smallpox or the no, he invented the anthrax vaccine. Uh which is in the same him and Emile Zola were alive at the same time, both Frenchmen. And what's crazy is Emile Zola, he wrote a book called The Downfall because France, they with Napoleon III, he became dictator of France, and they invaded Mexico. And that's why if you see in like Two Mules for Sister Sarah or um there was one with Cary Grant called it had Burt Lancaster in it. I forget. I watched it recently again. But in the 1860s, France was occupying Mexico. While we were having a civil war, France had like 50,000 soldiers stationed there, which is wild because what the fuck? How do the Frenchmen have any business being in Mexico? Well, they loaned Mexico a lot of money before uh before the Civil War. They loaned Mexico millions of francs. And then because Napoleon III, which was Napoleon's nephew, was he wanted to be a dictator and he wanted an empire. But we had the Monroe Doctrine. You couldn't European power, they couldn't meddle in the Americas anymore because of us. But because we were having a civil war, France calculated that we would not be powerful enough to fight them and to enforce the Monroe Doctrine because we were split in two. And they took a chance and bet on the South being victorious. So they invaded Mexico, and then when the Civil War was over, they got the fuck out of there fast because they knew. I mean, almost immediately we sent them notice, like, "Hey, we noticed you're fucking occupying Mexico. Get the fuck out of here. This is our fucking backyard." The only European power, or the only power that's going to have any influence in the Western Hemisphere, is the American European power, because we are a European. We're Europeans. Like whether we like it or not, we are Europeans. We are a European power. As a people, as an ethnicity. I mean, Americans are Englishmen, but we're our own ethnicity now. You know what I was talking about languages earlier? The Jays, they've spoken so many languages throughout time. My family, I could if I ever met an ancestor of mine from 500 years ago, I'd be able to talk to them and understand them. Both sides of my family have spoken English. And like I'm so proud of that. I've said this before, but you know, a language, it's a very human thing. Nobody ever really knows where the edges are. Nobody ever really knows where a language starts and stops, you know. There's always new words coming into use and old words going out of use. And everybody contributes to a language. Everybody that speaks the language and takes language is almost something you have to take part in too. It's like an activity, and it's a form of communication, but it's like we all take part in. It's a living thing. And my family, like all the words we use today, all the words in our dictionary, anybody who's ethnically English or Scottish or Irish has been their family contributed to our language. Our language is made up, or those people are the reason why it's here today. Like everybody contributes their own little bit. And I've always felt, so proud of that. Or at least in the last few years, I started to think about it, and also the fact that, and something, English wasn't a prestigious language for a long time either. You know, England wasn't a powerful nation for, I mean, reasonably so compared to other European countries, but nobody would have guessed that that England would have created the empire they did, and that America would take it over. That the world would be speaking English for the most part at this moment, which it may not, who knows, it may be speaking Mandarin in a few years. But like right now, like, or in Roman times, everything was in Latin, which we still use Latin because of Rome, because of, they kind of invented science, or at least their language was still influential enough to be used. But there's a good chance that it could change, that Mandarin uh, or Hindu, or whatever the Indian language is. What is it? It's not Farsi. It's I forget what that language is called. Hindi. Hindi. Yeah, speaking Hindi. That could be the case. We could have been speaking Russian. You never know. That could have happened. Like, that was a possibility. But like, it's not going to remain the case if we just fizzle out, and disappear. That's definitely not going to be the case. They're not just going to keep speaking English just for the hell of it. We have to continue to be it has to continue to be profitable to speak English, because that's the reason why the Indians speak it, because they can make more money if they can speak it. Same thing with probably any country that it doesn't, the mother tongue isn't English. They learn how to speak English. But that could change. That could easily change if we're not careful. But also, I was watching I actually watched that Emil Zola movie, and I watched another movie called Juarez. That was with that same Paul Mooney guy that I was saying that played Louis Pasteur. He played Emil Zola. Well, he also played Benito Juarez, who was the president of Mexico during the Civil War, and he was their first real democratic president. And his top general, they elected Benito Juarez. Then when he was done with like his 2 terms, his best general, Porfirio Diaz, was the second president, and he was a tyrant. He just held on to power for like 30 years. They didn't Pancho Villa was the or that was when they finally threw Porfirio Diaz out. He was Benito Juarez's top general, and he was still in and Benito Juarez was he was the general during the Civil War because they were fighting their own stuff during our Civil War period. And that guy was still in power in the 20th century. But anyway, Benito Juarez, Paul Mooney played this guy, and it's about Mexico. And I downloaded a version. Nothing. I'm just talking about movie. I downloaded a version off the internet that was in Spanish, and I was thinking, oh, how fit. At first, I was like, what the fuck? And then I realized that the version the picture was way better than the other one that was English, and it just caught my eye, and I watched it for like 20 minutes. And it was real Spanish too. It was like it wasn't Puerto Rican. It was these were either people from Spain that were speaking it or they were from Mexico because their vernacular and their pronunciation was impeccable. Impeccable. I mean, and you know something I thought to myself, you know what? Spanish is a really good and it's a really theatrical language because and also it's very similar to English. They can because I noticed they timed the dubbing almost perfectly what they because I've seen the movie 50 times in English. And when I watched it in Spanish, it was amazing how they could say or get across whatever the character said. They could do it in the same amount of time and pretty much the same words or the same length of words, it'd take you the same time to say it as it did in English. And the intonations were perfect. It was weird because they put footsteps over, they laid footsteps over the original track because they have to turn down the volume of the original English. And then they put in a dubbing over that. So when the people speak, they have to basically turn off the movie sound and put their own sound in. So they have to include footsteps. I think if I watched like one Spanish movie a week, I would know how to speak Spanish within probably 6 months. Like I could practically speak it now. Not speak it, but understand it. The only thing that I have trouble with is their sentence structure, how they arrange their words. All their descriptives come at the end. They say what they're saying and then they use the descriptive words at the very end of the sentence. We went to the circus, fantastic. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how it is. We went to the circus, fantastique. Same thing with French, same thing with Portuguese, same thing with Italian, I believe. They're all romance language. Romanian is a romance language. Catalan. What's the other? There's a couple others that are love language or they're romance language. There's Catalan, and then there's two others that are they're small. They're languages that are spoken on the border between uh, Spain and France. The Catalans, they're almost like a little group they're just an ethnicity, basically. Yeah, I actually, so you're Cuban, huh? Air, Bibly, welcome. Yeah, so you are Cuban, huh? You speak Spanish. My his woman is Spanish, or she's Cuban, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, actually, it's like when I was watching that movie, I thought, geez, I can really pick. No, it's not Sicilian. It's like Catalan, where it's like it's a really small group of people, and they're not a tribe, but they're from, there's Catalan and there's two others, because I read The Count of Monte Cristo, and it describes Catalan, and it describes the other ones. There's one or two other ones, not Romanian, but they're smaller. They're much less. There are way fewer people that speak those languages. Yeah, probably look it up. Fuck it. One day they'll have chat bots that'll be like Grok, but it'll be a chat bot. They have it sort of now, and I have messed with it, but so that when it will automatically, yeah, that was a good movie, but a chatbot that uses AI that will recognize when people are talking about something or asking you know what I mean? That and where the chatbot will automatically, instead of me having to look this up, the chatbot would have already said it. Yeah, Cubans do. Absolutely. I've met many Cubans that were blue-eyed. Oh, and you you live in Florida too, of course. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah, I've met quite a few Cubans that are blue-eyed. Now there's a lot of them that have African ancestry too. So, you know, and like actually the guy that lives behind me is black and he's Cuban. He talks so loud, you know, I could hear the guy, you know, and he raises parakeets and birds. His whole back porch is just a wall of bird cages. Italian, man, it's kind of a musical language, but it just struck me how good Spanish sounded laid over. And also because that's a movie about Mexican independence, it really it made sense that they would put it in Spanish, and it sounded really good. And I've heard people from Spain speak Spanish, and I can damn near converse with those people because in Spain they speak it so much more. Uh, it's not bastardized at all. It's Spanish, you know, and there's no shortcuts or anything. Like Puerto Rican is half one language, half another. It's practically a Creole. Whereas Spanish, and it's very European, and it's almost as if they just have a really they speak in Latinized terms, you know, like organization. That's a Latin word. Anything with a tion at the end is a Latin word. They use a lot of those words that we use, but have a they just say it so differently than we do that it sounds like a different language. Oh, that's cool. Gave you a book in Italian. Trying to think, man, I can't believe I fucking forgot what the other romance language is. There's a few of them, and they're like I said, a lot less people speak them than French, than Romanian. Hmm, Brock didn't want to give me all of them. It literally was. I could see it thinking, and it pulled them up, and then got rid of them. Like what the hell? There's one called Occitan, I think. Occitan. Hmm. Galician. Yep. Sardinian, Galician, Corsican, Friulian, Aragonese, Asturian, Occitan, Catalan. Huh. I don't see the one that I was thinking of, but it's got a bunch of smaller ones. Yeah, and that makes sense. Corsica, that's where Napoleon's from. Asturian, you know, and it's funny because it that has Aragonese and Asturian because Aragon was a kingdom in Spain, and so was Asturia. About Jays and the Holocaust. Then you got books like Martin Luther's history on them. Huh. Yeah, I actually read The Count of Monte Cristo though. That's a huge book. Such a good book though. It's more like 3 books, 4 books, you know, because it's if you ever seen the movie, he has 3 or 4 people that he has a vendetta against, and each person should have had their own movie. Really, they have their own story about how he takes them down. Fucking awesome movie or awesome book though. And watching that movie in Spanish, I've always had a kind of an interest in languages. I really like languages. Always have. And like I've looked at or I've been into German, French, and the different like and I just like the science of language and I like reading about Germanic languages, Russian languages, which Russian that's just one of a constellation of languages. It's really Moscow how that does that. I hate how that shit drops the stream. I don't it just drops it for some reason. Spanish people from Spain, they're known to have really hot tempers or really short fuses. It's funny that that's the case because I remember thinking that about Puerto Rican kids. And when I was growing up, people that spoke Spanish, they tended to have really short fuses. And then as I got older, like that's a real thing. And it's even in the Count of Monte Cristo, like the Catalans, the and basically people from the Iberian Peninsula had pretty short fuses, and they're known for that. Yeah, English, it's just a Germanic language, really Latinized. Really, it's all the small words like go, bean, seen, small words. The big words like organization and civilian and I mean, and you can kind of tell which ones are Latin by the ending of the word. And words that end with us, syllabus, that's a Latin word. A lot of names are Latinized by adding, like Columbus. Really, Christopher Colombo. That was his real name. Excuse me and sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, excuse is definitely Latin. So is me. Yeah, moi and me. And but then again, like there's Frisian, there's Flanders, the Flemish language is a Germanic language, but they're all basically a Creole of German and French or German and Latin. And English is when the Normans conquered England, it was totally Germanic before the Normans conquered England or at Hastings in 11 the 10th or 11th century. And they were Vikings that lived in France and Normandy, and they took on the French language. Well, when they took over England, they were the ruling elites, and they thought Anglo-Saxon was beneath them, that it was a dirty language. Yeah, I know Dutch and Frisian are, yeah. And so is Flemish. The people of Flanders, they do the same thing. And actually, Frisian, uh, I've seen YouTube videos where people like it's the same as Middle English or Old English. They spoke the same language basically as Frisian and Dutch. But yeah, Dutch is it's very close to it's Dutch is just an accent way of saying Deutsch. It's just like a bastardized way of saying German in from a different part of Europe. But the Normans, they made the language of the English government was French. You spoke French. Like the judges all spoke French. The noblemen all spoke French. All the laws were written in French. But the common folk of England, the Anglo-Saxons, refused to learn French. And the Normans refused to learn English. So what happened is they each had to learn enough words of the other language to bridge the gap. That's what our language is. It's the meeting in the middle of two different peoples, a German people and a Viking people, but a people that spoke a Latin language. They both refused to learn each other's languages, but they were willing to learn enough that they could converse, that they could, if you got arrested, you could understand the laws and shit. But also, it's funny because a lot of the words that we use, they show this, like pig, swine, those are Germanic words. Pork is a French word, and all the words that we use to refer, like they thought German was dirty, and we use German words for animals, but we use French words for meat. Beef is a French word. Pork is a French word. Poultry is I believe that's a French word. Uh, and that's why, like, we say cow because that's a German word, I believe. And I think cow, beef is a French word. I forget what I guess it's cow or steer. I'm not sure, one of those. But that's the dichotomy there. And what's funny is, like, there's a reason why we use the French words, because the Frenchmen, the Normans, they didn't want to eat swine. It was considered kind of dirty. Well, yeah, absolutely. It's the most Germanized because they're on the border, and when you share a border, your language, if two different languages, distinct languages like French and German, are on a border with each other, there's going to be some osmosis there, and what you end up with is Dutch, Belgian, Frisian. You end up with all of these little languages, individual languages, but really those languages are just terms for the accents that are created when two distinct languages live on a border with each other. Like Frisian or Dutch or Belgian, like Belgian especially, they speak like French, I think. I believe Vincent van Gogh spoke French, but it's because he was Belgian. But I think they also speak some Dutch too, because Belgium is like basically the same thing as Netherlands, basically Holland. Belgium, and they're all Dutch. They speak French and German or Dutch. I've always really found that stuff really fascinating, especially Dutch, because if you put it next to German, you can see how it's just German with an accent. I've never seen that movie. I never saw Max Payne. The games were fucking sick. I love the games. They were dark. But like the Boers in South Africa. And like we have such a great lineage, such a great history, like stuff that to be proud of. Like I don't understand why Europeans have ever felt ashamed of anything in their past. Like almost nobody can honestly say that they're any better or that they've done any better. Like Europeans have done bad, but so has everybody else. But nobody's done as good as Europeans have done. Good old Marky Mark. You like Marky Mark? Boogie Nights. That was a good movie. What's her name? Heather Graham. That's a shame. Like women, they have a much smaller sell by date than men, and especially with the actresses, it's kind of like it's very it just kind of burns through women. They, like Cameron Diaz. You guys remember when she was? Yeah, it would be cool. I'd love to go to Amsterdam. Although, from what I understand, all of Europe isn't very good. Like, you don't really want to visit there at the moment. Not the cities anyway. Although I would like to go to France and go to Paris just to see, because it's all the same alleyways. None of it's changed. The same streets that Emile Zola, uh, Louis Pasteur, these are even Vincent van Gogh. I think some of the buildings that he lived in are still there. Like, it's so cool. Man, ever since I changed my name on Kick and Twitch, nobody shows up for these anymore. Straight up. Yeah, Amsterdam. I guess it's people smoke a lot there. Yeah, Cameron Diaz in The Mask. Fucking A. Dude, you are absolutely from my generation because I remember Pokemon came out when I was in like third grade. That was a big deal. I remember the first time I played it in recess. Yeah, well, France has always been ridden with Arabs. Always had a shit ton. Uh, a lot of Middle Easterners. Because don't forget, most of the French Empire was North Africa. You know, Algeria. There's the Battle of Algiers where they dealt with an insurgency in one of their colonies. They got ran out. Yeah, she was hot. And she was Cuban. You know, she was like half Cuban and like very Northwest European looking, truly. King's Day. Hmm. You know, and I always love St. Augustine. That's such a nice city. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever been there. They make kids in Florida go there in fourth grade. It's a field trip. But you're right, Cameron Diaz in The Mask specifically. She almost no, she wasn't like that in every other. Yeah, that's why her last name is Diaz, my dude. Well, a lot of African countries speak French. A lot of Caribbean islands or Martinique. A lot of them are French, and also and even in South America. Then you have Thailand, like even the people in Southeast Asia, they speak it too. Yeah, I love St. Augustine. You guys ever go to the fort? They tell you about the coquina shells, the way that the French or the Spanish use yeah, I've been to Savannah myself too. I love Savannah. I've been there like 3 times. A couple times as a kid, and then once with for St. Patty's Day with a girlfriend. Like stayed there for a weekend. It was sick. Yeah, same as yeah, St. Augustine and Savannah. They both have that. It's a pre-revolutionary war vibe, is what it is. She is she's not Caucasian because none of us are really Caucasian. That's unless you're from the country of Georgia, you know, you're not Caucasian. And I don't like the way they use that word Caucasian because it's just not true. But yeah, she's European. Her and even if she is half Cuban, Spanish people are European. You know, there's nothing that says that she has. I I wouldn't be surprised if she was pure European, because a lot of Cubans are pure European. Similar to the way the Normans, when they took over England, they didn't interbreed all that much. There are a lot of Englishmen that don't have that have almost no Anglo-Saxon in them. Like Nigel Farage, he is a what were they called? He was a Huguenot. He's of Huguenot ancestry. He's like a French Roman Catholic. They fled France, I think during the Revolution or something, but because they were Roman Catholic or because they had a slightly different religion, they were chased out of France. Well, there's a lot of Englishmen that don't have the fair hair and white skin. You know, they're swarthier. Yeah, well, what I'm saying about the Caucasus Mountains, that's like only in Georgia, basically. That area of the planet is called the country Georgia, the Caucasus Mountains. But you don't name people after a mountain range. Like, you know, I don't know really of any other group that's named after a mountain range. It's like naming Cascade Indians or so, the Cascade or the Catskills. This is a Catskill person. Like, okay. It's a mountain range. Jessica Alba, is she Cuban? She's pretty, but she's not. I have to admit, I just prefer blondes and redheads. And I seen one of those British Path A. I was watching some of their because they used to do similar to modern Marvels, they did like little 10-minute shorts on cobblers and people that made matchbox cars and shit, different industries that were in England in the 60s. Hmm. And honestly, watching those old stuff in England, like we are going to be England next. England was the original America. They had all the manufacturing. They had this huge manufacturing base all the way till like the 60s, and an industrial base. And we took it from them and then we gave it to China. And I've seen what happened to England. They were as wealthy as we were, and then we took their empire from them. And when they had India, there was a period of time where in India, everybody bought English made clothes. I didn't know that about Jessica Alba. You know, they were forced to buy English wool, English clothes. And England would import cotton, especially from from our southern states. They would import cotton. They would process the cotton, even though they grow cotton in India. They would process the cotton. Then they would force the Indians to buy their cotton. So imagine that is what held England's economy up. That's why England was so rich. They forced whole civilizations to patronize their business. So everybody had work in England in the late 18th, early 19th century. Everyone had a job. Jobs were easy to come by. But that's how it was in America too. It's not that way anymore. And you see how low England is now and how low they went after the 60s. Hopefully that doesn't happen to us, but it very well could. Yeah, I hear that. Jessica Alba was pretty. French women are quite beautiful. And what's what they're darker uh than English women, than German women. But a lot of them still have blue eyes. Like they'll have that olive skin, olive complexion with blue eyes. It's so attractive though. And French women have a very particular taste or very particular look. Like you can tell when a woman's French. They have forced China, yep, to buy their opium, yep, and their tea, and yep, yep, all kinds of stuff, and that made them great and rich and powerful. Well, they don't have that anymore. We don't have it anymore. And the petrodollar, that was our version of that. That was our way of ensuring, that we have, a high standard of living. And Trump, like, Into the Blue. Yeah, I think I remember that movie. I like Edith Piaf. She's my favorite French singer. Sure. Yeah, you know what's crazy about bricks? They will literally take a building down brick by brick, transport the bricks to the new world or whatever, and then rebuild the building with the same fucking bricks. That's so cool. Or they'll take the stones down. Oh, Rubio said that today. Well, finally, they're starting to tell America what we're in for. I've been talking about this for weeks. Like, whoa, this is not good. This is going to have huge effects for us. Like, this is going to affect our day to day lives. And they have been keeping that under their hat, waiting until they, because there's still a chance that we could win, beat Iran or whatever, but now it's starting to look like that's not the case. Like it's starting to look like we're kind of screwed. And I don't think Trump is going to restart this war because he got burned so bad from this war. This war just destroyed his reputation and his legacy. It's over. And he's not going to want to do that again. You know, he bombed a bridge with people standing around it. He's not going to want to mess with that again. Even he had to cringe when he saw the fucking bomb hit the bridge and kill those. I mean, come on now. Yeah, well, yeah, they basically sold us out. You know, they got and like I was saying the other day, they think making items isn't there's no money in that. There's no money in it. You can make more money trading big fugazi shit, bonds, pieces of paper that, you know, that's what they're doing. And yeah, we will get a good reset here and it will be rough, but it's like no matter what, there's going to be a hangover. Like we couldn't ride high on the hog forever. The longer we pushed it off, the worse the hangover's going to be. So, and I'm with you, Rick James. It's like, you know, it's time, you know, this is going to happen. We're going to have this recession. We're going to have this, you know, it's probably be a downsizing of our economy and a downsizing of our budget, but also a downsizing of our spending. And you guys are hardcore. Anytime we talk about something, at least one of you looks it up. That's cool though. You know, it's just in case we don't have it right or whatever. A lot of people are you know, because I think Europe, it used to be, you know, you had Germans, you had French, you had the English, you had the Austrians, you had all these different cultures, all these different little mini civilizations, and they fought against each other. And then as the world grew, you know, when you're when it's just Europe, when you're not talking about, you know, when you don't even know about the rest of the world, Europe is the known world. And then when things become global, all of a sudden those divisions don't mean anything anymore. What being German, like there's no people don't even see much of a difference between Germans and French anymore. Yeah, they speak a different language, but they're all Europeans. It's basically one big country, one big super country like America is. You know, and things didn't used to be that way. But the whole the mutt European thing, people don't think in those terms anymore. Or maybe we do, but you know, we're all of European descent. And that's really what counts. In a global world, Germany's such a small people and group and nation. France, same thing. It's not that big anymore. Europe, though, people just think of people as European. Oh, you know, you have blue eye genetics, you know, you have blonde hair genetics, you have European genetics kind of thing, brown hair, brunettes and redheads. That doesn't really exist anywhere else. You know, and that's another thing to be said about Europeans is we have like the most variability out of any humans. It's all in Europe. You know, we have all of the adaptability. You know, everybody else, they're just kind of cookie cutter. You know, I mean, the difference between Asians is the difference between how tan they are, you know, pretty much. And but there's so much variability in Europe. Like you get North Italians, they fucking wear lederhosen. That's insane. You know, in the Italian Alps, they look like French or Germans. They wear the leather lederhosen with the goofy hat and the little brush on it, and they have the windmills that look just like the Switzerland. North Italy, and they're dark like Italians, but they're not light skinned like Germans. They're dark hair, dark features, Italian looking, but they were Lederhosen. And they are German. They're basically Bavarian or Swiss culture. That's what they are. And then you get Southern Italy. It's just, it's wild. And I didn't know that, I learned that as an adult, that the Alps, it's almost like a pie that's been cut up into several countries. You have the French Alps, the Swiss Alps, the Italian Alps, the German Alps, the Austrian Alps. You have all these different countries, and they all have a chunk of it, pretty much. Yeah. Well, good for the Koreans. I think everybody, it's an in-group, out-group thing. I don't like the word racist. It's like, nobody thinks of themselves in terms of, oh, I'm a racist. It's like, I'm such and such ethnicity, and I prefer my own ethnicity. You know what I mean? Like, really, I mean, if when you say racism, it's kind of a meaningless term unless you're talking about a group of people that thinks they're better or that they deserve to rule other people. And there's only one group that really does that anymore. And I get, it's like when a group thinks they're superior, like let's say the Germans or the North Koreans, they think they're superior to everyone around them. Well, so does everybody else thinks their race is superior too. Maybe the North Koreans are a little bit more, you know, upfront about it, but everybody thinks they're the best. It's whether or not people think they think they're the best, and that entitles them to subjugate and oppress another people because of that. Because we all think we're the best, but do we think are we willing to do evil things because of that? Pretty much, yeah. The word Nazi to every German. What's sad is there was a hell of a lot of Germans that were absolutely, totally against that. Would you just get here, Circus? I would guess Circus is a Spanish female. Or she's a Latina. Yeah, she's a Latina. I think so. I think so, just from seeing what she says. I think it's a woman too. I'm not positive, but I think so. Hmm. And the Germans, they have uh, a history with Mexico too. Like Dos Equis and Negra Modelo, those are German beers, German recipes. But the Germans like kind of colonized Mexico. That's why there's an accordion is associated with Mexican music because Germans, they brought polka with them. It's weird too, is the accordion, it's also associated with Louisiana Creole because they have those little mini uh the little accordions that they use. German Irish. Oh, okay. Cuban food is good. Yeah, I like Cuban sandwiches. Yeah, the Germans did a lot. But they didn't have quite as extensive of an empire. Like the French, I feel like the rest of Europe was jealous of England and Spain too, because Spain had the Spanish Main. They had they had parts of North America, they had Mexico, they had South America, and they had it like 100 years before any other European country had it, any foreign colonies. And the French, they dominated Europe because of all the money, all the gold that they got from South America. They basically they colonized South America, which had a dearth of gold, and they absolutely crushed it under their boot heel and then siphoned off just trillions of dollars in gold. So much so that the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Ocean or Caribbean Sea, they're littered with treasure hulks. People find, like in Key West, they found a Spanish treasure galleon. Yeah, the Germans, they are pretty smart. They have their talents. They're great music. They're great lathiers. or luthiers or lathiers. They make great pianos, great instruments. They make such great instruments, harpsichords, pianos. They're known for that, for making really Italy too, but Germans, they make really nice pianos and stuff. But they're really great craftsmen, artisans and craftsmen. They're like, whatever when they make something, they do it right typically. But then they're also known for over engineering. Like they'll over engineer shit. They'll make it more complicated than it has to be. Yeah, that's all the European languages. Pretty much all the other ones are just mixtures of those. Yeah, jet engines too. Well, also rockets. Werner von Braun. He's the father of rocket technology. Designed our rockets that got us to the moon. I never heard of that band. I remember when death metal was popular, German death metal. There's a couple of songs that everybody's heard. They were death metal. It's weird shit though. A lot of that kind of stuff is weird. And rock and roll, that used to be pretty much what I listened to, but not anymore. I kind of got tired of it. And like I remember listening to ska, rock and roll, reggae. It's, and I enjoy it all, but there's more to that, to music than just that. Du hast that exactly. I know exactly what song. I don't even know the name or the band or anything, but when you say Du hast, I'm like, oh, I know what song you're talking about. That's the exact song I was thinking of, bro. And I said that. Du hast. Du hast. That's a damn good song. I remember when I heard it the first time. What was that? Berserker, would you like to suck my cock, Berserker? That's such a funny, like that shit always had me laughing. That dude wasn't even Russian or German. He was speaking English as they walked up in Clerks. Would you like to suck my cock, Berserker? And he said something something making fuck berserker, and the woman's like, what the what, making fuck, like what the hell are you talking? It's just funny. It's pretty damn funny. Yeah, hell yeah, I knew exactly what song. And I heard that song when I was like a kid, probably like 12 or 13, and I haven't heard it that many times, but it's a memorable song, and it's a song that it was a damn good song. And I feel like it was like a mixtape or something where it was like an underground song, and it was passed from person. It was absolutely like a word of mouth song where somebody would be like, "Bro, you ever heard this before?" I was thinking about this earlier too. Like, I've always been good at like taking in a lot of knowledge, and then like being able to tell people what's worth their time and what they shouldn't even waste their time on. Like listening to, or because most people don't have the time to get into the weeds with certain, like with music, and they're not going to listen to 1,000 classical music songs and figure out which one they like best. What we do is we have other people do that for us. I have my own people that condense knowledge for that, or like that for me. And I've always been good at that. Like I remember making mixtapes for my, or mix CDs for my mom, for her to like listen to going to work. And like she didn't like, she thought she used to talk shit about the Beatles. I made her a CD. Come to find out, she had never listened to them. She's a boomer and had never gotten into the Beatles. I made her a CD. Next thing you know, she's like, "Oh my God, I love the Beatles. I can't believe that I didn't realize this, that, and the other." Like, wow, you know? But I've done that with a lot of people. You pushed me. Oh, I didn't know that's what it was. That's what the song. Oh, I didn't know that, Circus. But I've always been good at mixtapes, and I see Nick. He does the Spotify playlist. I'll probably do that too. Like, I kind of like that, because I'll listen to us. I'll listen to music and be like, man, it's such a shame that people don't hear this, or because there's a lot of good stuff out there that we don't get to hear because there's so much of it. You can only get into so many things, and I've learned that as I've gotten older. You have to pick what you do wisely. You have to pick the things that you research wisely because you only have so much time in your life. My favorite Beatles song. Dude, that's hard, man. That's a hard one. It's easier to give you an album, but a song, uh, probably Don't Let Me Down. Yeah. Don't Let Me Down for sure. That's not even on an album. It's Let It Be, but it was they didn't it was basically a B-side, but they didn't think it was good enough. Yeah, I'll download it and check it out because I've seen most movies. That's one that I never did really see. I remember it though. Yeah, I think Don't Let Me Down is my favorite one for sure. And a lot of people don't realize that Let It Be rooftop concert, they hadn't toured in years. Like the whole point of Let It Be was they had done a bunch of really highly produced albums that they couldn't play live because they were so produced. And they were determined to do the next album. They wanted to do a tour. They wanted to be able to play every single song on the next album and be able to play it the whole album straight through live. And that's what Let It Be was. But it had a bunch of songs that weren't included, like Don't Let Me Down, which is such a great tune. But Billy Preston played all the piano on the rooftop concert at Apple Studios on the roof, which is insane. Who the fuck plays a concert on a roof? Like, that was so cool that they did that, and it was such a good and I actually had the Beatles rock band that had the Gretsch bass guitar that Paul played. It had, or no, it had, George Harrison's Gretsch guitar. I forget who made, Paul McCartney's guitar. Yeah, my mom's father was like that. He had a really nice stereo system that played all through the house and he would play. Like, I remember my mom saying that he really liked Riders on the Storm. He didn't like the Doors, but she said he would play Riders on the Storm and play music to wake them up when she was young. But yeah, Immigrant Song is killer. I have every Led Zeppelin album I have on record. I have a lot of records actually. Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd. I remember I had a teacher, sixth grade science teacher, that used Laserdisc. She had a Laserdisc player at school. Like she would bring in. It's ridiculous. She was cheap and she was trying to get her money out of it. Yeah, I actually have I have a tube amp made at the same year that both my parents were born. Yeah, indeed. I have a tube amp that was made in the early '60s. I had a Bang& and Olufsen uh, record player. It was like a fucking $1,100 record player in the '70s. But my dad told me it was the record player that he always wanted because he bought it for me when I was 16, and a set of Klipsch horn-loaded speakers. Oh my God, man! I would turn that shit so loud. I mean, I would turn it as loud as it would go. It was as loud as I could stand it. So loud that you couldn't even think, Like I would do that occasionally, just and then just like lay down on my bed, like just, you see in movies people just flop down on their bed. I would throw a record on, and that record player was sick because when it got to the end of the record, it would lift the tone arm up and and set it back down. It was so nice. You pressed a button, the tone arm lifted, and then came down on its own. You didn't ever have to, because those tone arms, the way you lift them, they just wear the record out really quick. It's fucked up. Whereas the lighter the pressure is on the record, the less it wears it out. What? Can you guys start tonight? I worked late building stand up shower. What does that mean? Yeah, I used to, and records, they really do sound better. It wasn't until I got records and started listening to them too. I had Dark Side of the Moon, uh, Pink Floyd's The Wall. I have like six Pink Floyd records. I have every Led Zeppelin record, including Coda. All that remain. This song remains the same. I have that live album. I have yeah, Coda, Houses of the Holy, In Through the Outdoor. I have all of them. I even had In Through the Outdoor on fucking cassette, man. My cousin had a truck that only had a cassette player in it, and we would listen to that shit. That and Nirvana. Yeah, it's a longer stream maybe than usual. Yeah, I had cassettes too. Like I remember listening to cassettes as a kid. I had a cassette boombox. And then as I got older, I got a CD boombox and you burn CDs and shit. I remember listening to the radio for a whole hour just to wait for the song and then record it so that I could listen to the song. York. I think that's a musician, right? A woman musician, I think. I forget what song she did, but oh, the Police, hell yeah, that's cool. You know, albums back then, you know, like my mom was telling me, albums were kind of expensive. A 45, a single wasn't, you could get singles throughout the year, but like had to be kind of a special occasion to get an album, or you might get an album once a month. She was telling me like, so you only picked one that you were kind of sure of. But then again, all your friends would have albums. Like my dad was telling me, for my dad, he had a really nice record collection. And my mom was telling me that she would like come over because they lived like 20, like 10 or they lived a block away. She would come over. My dad would be in the dark, completely dark, alone with the stereo cranked all the way up. And that's kind of how I was. But she was telling me like, you'd have certain albums and your friend would have certain albums and you'd only get to hear the album that your friend had when you were at your friend's house, but that's how you like heard new shit was by socializing and by spending time with friends and things were so different. And that was such a good culture, I feel like. They had a really good culture back then and we kind of lost it. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe I don't know who Bjork is. But, that I've always thought that was really neat how music was back in the day. And they would play whole albums. They would play one side and then flip on the radio. They would play a whole album, then flip it. Like, and my mom lived in England when they had the pirate radio stations because the BBC owned the rights to all the radio bands. So only the BBC played music, and they refused to play the Beatles. They refused to play any rock and roll. So people were going out to old, like they had built structures in the English Channel to defend against German attack in World War II. And people were going out to those little structures in the middle of the fucking sea and putting radio stations on them because they were outside of England's jurisdiction. But you could broadcast radios. They called them pirate radios, and they had ships too. Fucking ships that would just like fucking circle the island or stay in an area. And my mom was like in England at that time. She was in England from like in the late 60s, early 70s. She spent 8 years there, stationed in her dad was stationed in England. England, like a lot of people, us being Americans, there's a lot of different looks to America. Like English people, they're all pale. I mean, they have a very specific look. They have light brown hair, fair hair, not even blonde. It's like Germans have blonde hair. English people have almost like a brown hair that has dust in it, you know, like it's so light. It's like almost like a reddish blonde or strawberry blonde with super pale skin. Because when I watch those English shorts, they show a factory with 100 people on the floor, you know, painting china and shit. Every one of those women looks almost the exact same. You know what I mean? Like they're all fair haired, fair skinned, but I think, you know, it's attractive. And we're not so pale because we have better weather. You know, in England, like people underestimate their weather. It's so shitty. It doesn't rain all the time. It drizzles all the time. This thing, it's like it can't make up its mind. It's always pissing down on you. You know, the rain is always drizzling and it's cold there, but it's also really green too because the Gulf Stream goes right by. It goes right. That's why Ireland is so green. You guys ever looked at the globe and seen how? Yeah, Wales. It's a great country. Those are the Druids, basically. But have you ever seen how far north England is? It's like further north than Massachusetts is. It's way up there. It's like fucking Sweden or Finland. You actually look at a globe and see where its orientation is. It's way up, and somehow it's not frozen. Somehow they call Ireland the Emerald Isle. It's like the North fucking pole practically. That's because the Gulf Stream is a it's basically a stream in the ocean. It's a river in the ocean. And it takes super warm Caribbean water, and that warm water runs up and around the British Isles, and that totally changes their weather. That's why it's called the Emerald Isle, Ireland, because it doesn't snow there very much. It's actually just a super green place. I saw the Rolling Stones too. Ha! How about that? I've seen the Rolling Stones. I saw them like I actually got a shirt, a band shirt, their zip code tour. They came to town. It was sick. It was off the chain, man. Such a great show. And Mick Jagger, that dude in his 60s and 70s, that guy moves like kind of like a young man, like strutting up and down these huge stages. Like, God dang, man. Where does this guy get the stamina? Like, I don't know, I could do it, you know? Oh, you're in a drought. 90s in March. Holy shit. Damn. That's hot. It's been unusually cold in Florida. I have not seen a year where March and April were as cold as they are since I was a kid, since I was below 18. It's been decades since we had a year like this. Probably since I was in like elementary school. I don't remember, like, it was much colder when I was a kid. And all of a sudden, like, it snowed in Florida this year. I It hasn't snowed in Florida since like the 70s, since my parents saw it snow when they were here, or when they were younger. But I never saw it snow. It got cold when I was a kid, but all right, man, take it easy, Jowlin. Yeah, it got cold when I was a kid, but for some reason it we kind of it's been like a fluke for like the last 2 decades. I'm glad to see it's getting more back to normal. Oh, like in like the 70s, it was cold. There was a lot of blizzards, like in Buffalo and shit, a lot of blizzards. You know, a lot of people don't realize how big of a deal ocean surface temperatures are. Like, I remember when I was a kid in the 90s, we had that El Nino shit. Bro, man, that was a big deal when I was a kid. I think it had huge economic uh side effects. Lake Mead. Yeah, that was the fucking lake that I was talking about earlier. I couldn't remember the name. What they call it? What is it? Deadpool. Deadpool, is that when the fucking the retention pond goes away? It dries up. Keith Richards. Huh. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Rock and roll. Yeah, it was the motto of the 80s and 90s. Sex, drugs, and degeneracy. Hmm. But it's not what it's cracked up to be. Nobody thinks it is anymore. Like you see how those most of them died, and if they didn't die, they paid for it. Yeah, a lot of water comes from Colorado, the Colorado River. But how the fuck can cities and shit and municipalities own rainwater? There's That's not right. That's bullshit. Like, I have family that lives in Colorado, and they're not allowed to build a retention pond on their property. You're doing something wrong if you have to make laws that restrict people on their own fucking property. Like that you're doing something wrong. You're stupid if that's what you have to do. You're wasting water, you're wasting, and like that's I was saying earlier, I just couldn't live in those places. Exactly, power or water. Yeah, it's kind of is that choice. It's like, you know what? You need to, like Sam Kinison said, you don't like starving, then move where the food is. You know, maybe people weren't meant to live in the middle of the fucking desert, possibly, unless you want to be a Bedouin. And like to think Nevada and Phoenix and California, they're just selfish, and maybe they're economic powerhouses, and they give people, a lot of people benefit from it, but it's just like they suck up any abundance in the West, and it's unsustainable. I really don't like that kind of shit. Like when you see, like, they have to steal water from other states, kind of a thing, or they literally own parts of the Colorado River. Oh, this much water is ours. We're going to take this percentage of water, that we own this percentage. And anybody that tries to drink from our water, we will put them in jail. Like, fuck you. This bullshit. And it won't last. Eventually, those places will disappear. People will leave them. Yeah, move where the food is. Yeah. Move where the fucking food is. Hello. If you don't want to starve the Ethiopians and shit. But that's not even a problem anymore. There's so much abundance. People don't really starve like that anymore. You see the same thing in Africa. Like, and I seen the other day, there's, in California, it's kind of sad. And like to see such a great place, just, you know, the only jobs in California, unless you want to be a coder, is either wiping old people's asses. You got to be in healthcare, and in basically it's nurses and people that go by uh, sick people's houses and clean up their house for them. That's like that's the biggest industry and the biggest uh, industry driver of jobs. So that's where most people do those jobs. And then you have like coding and shit like that. And then you have fast food, and it's ridiculous. They force the $20 an hour with fast food. Well, then they hire less fast food workers. I can't stand the minimum wage stuff. It's just so dumb. Oh yeah, the substations. That shit's wild, man. I like substations kind of creep me out. I used to work like when I did tree work at Davy, they meet at substations. All the Davy crews meet at substations. And you can hear the son of a bitch humming. No, I don't want to be around that kind of shit. And remember doing the tree work around our substation and like it was lightning out and shit. I'm like, dude, I'm good on this, man. I don't want to be around this shit. Like, I'm not afraid of heights, but I don't like fucking electricity. Like, bro, I've almost been fried by electricity. Like, I've been shocked from touching like power lines that will fry your ass like that. That are so much electricity that when tree limbs are touching it, the tree limbs go up in smoke and or they spark. Like that shit is scary. When you're trimming a tree over power lines, you're roping a limb down, and then the limb gets stuck on the fucking power line. I've had the limb touch my foot too and shock my foot through the fucking boot. Shocked me through the fucking limb. Ugh. Ugh, man, I've almost been killed a couple times because I didn't know what I was doing, really. I mean, I knew how to climb, but I didn't know about electricity. This guy had a fucking power line, he had a drop that went back to a pump house for a well, and I was I was taking a tree out that went over that power line, and as I was spiking up the side of this tree, there was a fucking bee's nest in the damn tree, and I like jerked back like that, and the guy was watching me. I got like that close to touching that power line. And when I came down, the guy goes, "Man, you got some balls, dude. You were like this close from that primary." I'm like, "What?" Like that was fucking like what? He's like, "Yeah, that's like fucking 20,000 volts, dude." I'm like, "Oh my God, man." And he was like, "Damn, you got balls." And I was like, "What do you mean I got balls? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Like that shit scared this was one of the first jobs I ever did on my own. Scared the piss out. I was like, "Whoa, man, that's not cool." You can die from fucking changing a light bulb. This guy that worked with me at Davy, he was another climber. His father died when he was a kid when he was changing a light bulb. It shocked and killed him. No. No, I'm not. No, out of hoax. I did landscaping when I was younger, but, you know, tree work is basically landscaping on steroids. Instead of doing a weekly routine, you do a yearly routine. You trim people's ears once a year instead of once a week. But no, I worked for a tree service typically. Uh, I never worked for a landscaping service I wasn't an arborist for. I've always worked for guys that were like my bosses were always ex climbers and tree men. Like you just say arborist or tree man. He'd been doing tree work. Actually, my boss, he was a beer deliverer for Budweiser, but he did tree work in his spare time. And then at some point, he started making more money on the weekends doing tree work than he was throughout the week doing beer deliveries. So he started doing tree work. Yeah, I've worked for several companies like that too, and they all, the owner was always a climber because that's how tree services start. You start climbing for yourself, and then you get your own business and you build it up. But I haven't done it since August. I'm not sure if I don't think I'll ever do it again. I'm just getting old. I fucked both my shoulders up. Uh, I enjoyed the work. It keeps you in good shape, but it's a lot of work, man. And I really wasn't even that. I mean, I was good at it, but not good enough at it to where like if I did it, I would want to do it full time, and I wouldn't want to do you know streaming. That's for sure. I would just do that full time, and because it is a fun job, like like there is something to it. It's kind of cow. It feels like you feel like a cowboy. You go to work every day. You're doing serious fucking shit like that can easily kill somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. Yeah, some of the yeah. Yeah, they call that a Z line or a Z rig, like because you tension the rope so that the limb goes down the rope on a pulley, and then as soon as as you do it, you have your line going to a dumpster or to a chipper, and as soon as it gets to where you want it, you let the slack out of the line or you let the tightness out of the line so that it limb falls right in the drop zone. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. A lot of ways you can speed it up. And also, I'm in Florida, man, and we have fucking palm trees, dude. And I'm not into that shit, man. I've done it for over a decade. And spiking up 60-foot palm trees, dude. So high up in a palm tree that when you look down, you can see the damn thing wiggling like a piece of spaghetti. That shit is, no, I'm good. Like, I remember climbing 60, 70-foot palm trees over concrete, like in a parking lot. If you fall, that's it. That's it, man. That's a wrap. You're gone. Like you're a splat on the ground. Yeah, man. I never fell out of a tree though, thank goodness. Never cut myself with a chainsaw either. Like I actually avoided a lot of the danger. Although I hurt my shoulder. I got some idiot, a, a young guy, not inexperienced, but young. Didn't have a decade of experience. He had like 1 year, 2 years of experience. A little Mexican dude hit me with a fucking bobcat. Or he had logs in the grab or in the bucket of or the claws of the bobcat, and he turned real fast, didn't see me, and hit me. It fucking launched me like 10 feet. Like I fucking went flying, man. And this lady that lady that owned the property, she was recording it all too. It was like, whoa. It just hit me. I was like, ah! You just hear me yell, ah! He hit me so damn hard, he broke some ribs, and when I hit the ground, it tore my fucking shoulder away from my clavicle. So my fucking arm's just like hanging. It's not cool. Ugh. It's, yeah, and I know people that did tree work till they were in their. I know I've met 60-year-old climbers, people that climb well into their retirement years. It's possible, but it's like I just don't want to do it, man. And I did enjoy doing it, but man, it like and when you do it, that's all you can do. That's pretty much all you can do. Like you don't have any time to do anything after work. You get home, you're so fucking tired. You just want to watch TV. You just want to veg out. On the weekends, I wouldn't be, t- I'd be, r- I'd, because it takes so much energy and so much, it's so physical that you have to be in it's the most physical thing I've ever done in my life. Climbing trees or even just groundwork is some of the most demanding work you can do. So on the weekends, you have all this energy that your body has that you don't have any use for. Like I remember on my weekends, I'd literally skip everywhere. Anytime I walked anywhere, anytime I moved around the house, I did not walk. I would skip because I just had this just overflowing with energy because I worked every day. I would work 8 to 10 hours a day and I got jacked. I was a big guy. And I never go to the gym, never have gone to the gym. And people constantly, man, you go to the gym, you work out, how much do you go to the gym? Like, bro, I don't even go to the gym. Never paid for a gym membership in my life. But that work is so, the thing is though, is it's like kind of like riding a motorcycle. You don't have to worry about the mistakes you make. Yeah, exactly, Rick. You don't have to worry about your mistakes. You have to worry about the people around you making mistakes because if anybody makes a mistake, it could kill somebody else, it could kill themselves. And I just kept getting hurt because of other people's stupid mistakes because other people were careless. Same thing with a motorcycle. Like, no, I'm good. Like, I'm good. Although the motorcycle, some of it was my fault too. You know, uh, it was a bad time. It wasn't a good time in my life. But the tree work, you know, like I said, I got hit by a fucking bobcat, man. I remember when you throw logs over a fence, got hit in the back with logs, just like damn near knocked out by logs and shit. It's like, it's just, there's a lot There's a lot going on, man, and I did it for over a decade, and it's my cousin, he still does it. It's I guess he's truly built for it, 'cause he still does all that shit. Yeah, I'm the same, man, Rick. I'm the same, dude. I sold all my bikes too. My dad, he still has like 8 bikes, and I don't want anything to do with them. Like, I'm good, man. I'm totally good on that shit. I love riding motorcycles. There's nothing like it. It's like being on a roller coaster that you control practically, especially when you're on like really scenic, windy roads and shit. It's awesome. But at the same time, you know, it's can be rough, man. Like I advise people against trying to commute to work. Like if you have an hour commute, don't try to do it on a motorcycle. Like my dad, he drives, it's less than 5 minutes for him to get to work. That makes sense. But I used to commute from Polk County to Orange County, which is like an hour drive every morning on a motorcycle. And I almost died on the road like probably half a dozen times where I didn't wreck or anything, but I mean it was this fucking close. Ugh. In Orlando, we have I-4. It's like the most dangerous fucking road in the country. And this was a period when the lanes were moving. Every day you drove on the fucking highway, the lanes would be in a different place. And that's like a couple times I almost got crushed by a fucking semi truck on a motorcycle because all of a sudden the lane changes and right in front of you. Like, whoa. Hmm. Orange County, Huntington Beach. Is that in California or something? Yeah, because there's an Orange County, California too. But yeah, I-4, that shit is crazy. I think it is the most dangerous stretch of interstate in the country. And it only goes from Tampa to Daytona. But fuck, man, it is deadly, dude. It is so deadly. And it's a short little piece of road, man. It's only like a 3 or 4 hour long road. You're doing 90 miles an hour. It's like 3 or 4 hours. No, it's 3 hours from Tampa to Orlando, and then it's another hour to Daytona. Bro, it's crazy. Yeah, it's not good. And it's because it goes through, it's an old highway that goes through old, it goes through cities, and they don't have any four-leaf clovers or any modern civil engineering. It's just an exit and an on ramp, that just dump out right there. So there's just traffic like nobody's business. I mean, I used to live near Celebration, which is that Disney community. Is It's a contrived community. It's one of those communities where they build the supermarket into the neighborhood. Everything gets built and then they sell the houses. But that I-4 on ramp, holy shit, man! Uh, so many accidents there, so many. Yeah, that's bad thing about Florida is the traffic, and not only that, because we have tourists here that don't know the area and they don't know what they're doing. I guess it's awful. It really is. And I meant to I was gonna give some memberships because it kind of sucks. Like I would do members only streams if there was more than 10 members, or if there was more than 20 members. But it's kind of hard to justify that. Although I can post. Also, actually, now that I think about it, any of you guys have Telegram? Because I that what's his name, Syracuse Groiper, um, he me and him, he messaged me on Telegram because he's right. I could do call-ins and shit on Telegram, which would be pretty cool. I also started a channel last night, and you can live stream on there. I didn't know that. And how you share it, because I was gonna put it in the chat. I did create a channel. I don't know. Send as GIF. Yeah, I made a channel called Critique American. Do any of you guys have? Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, maybe set one up, because I mean, and that's how Nick Fuentes. That's how I belong to his Telegram channel. That's how I know when he's gonna start. He says, "Hey, going live." You know, that's how he puts out a lot of his news. But I would like to get something like that, other than, posting on YouTube, because it doesn't. I don't know. The posts don't seem to work all that well. People, I mean, a few people notice them, but it would be pretty cool to have kind of a newsletter thing, that I like, where if I see something that's interesting, I could pass it along. And I bring you guys a lot of different information, because I'm like, kind of, there's stuff that I keep an eye on. We all have our regular stuff that we watch. And like, I know what other content creators, I know what they do. They keep that kind of shit secret. They think that's their secret sauce, is where they get their information. I don't want to do that. I'd rather, like, I don't want to be where like, I do like being the guy who breaks news. Like, I find out stuff new and then break news, but I don't really want people to need to get news from me, or to hoard news sources. Like, oh, I'm not giving you my sources. I want to have a valuable enough opinion, and a valuable enough of enough of a take, enough of a perception, to where you want to hear what I have to say. Even if, like, you see something and you're like, "Oh man, I wonder what he's going to say about that." Yeah, I make those shorts actually. I make them, or I was making them. It's like, that's what I use Substack for. It pulls your shorts for you. It does your it clip farms for you, which is why I do it. It does it for free too, and it runs it through AI, and it puts fucking subtitles in there. It's pretty dope. But damn, it's getting late on in here. In the here shortly, probably, especially over the summer, I'll probably be doing, like, kind of like marathon streams, you know, for viewers at some point, which would be pretty cool. Or just doing gimmicky stuff. I don't know what it is. For some reason, after I changed my name on Twitch and Kick, what are people not getting the a notice anymore? Or people not, like, realize that that's me? I don't know. I changed my name, and all of a sudden, nobody from Kick or Twitch shows. They don't pop up anymore. And I've always have somebody on Twitch watching, at least one person. Kick too. But anyway, fellas, that's it for tonight. Tomorrow I'm going. It's my grandmother's birthday, so I'll be going to out to eat. But be back on Monday, fellas. I will see you 8 o'clock, probably about 8:30 on Monday. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna get back into the banjo so I can show you guys some riffs, some licks. They call it lick, playing licks and shit. But anyway, fellas, I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Love you guys. Glad you guys